CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment.
They were never your friends. Why do you even try?
Why would Dad want to be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. The storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
problems here. CFO are putting themselves in a really weird spot. The Nectar coming
Into
in
the
though.
back line, they bring in the Nocturne. Gemini locked up by carries for just a second as he gets out of there, and I don't think anybody from CFO was ready for this one. Mission tries to drop his full combo, and they do get a lot of damage. Holo trying to get out of there. Rest manages to slice and dice him down. It's Gemini and Koala just hanging on for dear life, but they are going to fall here. M&M just keeping him zoned, and they get themselves the full wipe in exchange for just 2. That will be...
Fine in most of these fights. It's about how Enzo can block out the explosive casket. Can Lee Kai find those angles?
With the case here as they go in for the fight, slice the dice, Colvin Mig, and Lakai gets bursted but not down to 0. Here comes Minji around the side. The second wind effort, that Crescent Strike does split everybody, and this is going to be enough for Beyond Gaming to win this one. Blinking health bars on all sides. I don't think it's going the way. They do manage to secure the Herald, but the shutdown onto Uniboy means big goal to the pockets of Beyond Gaming, and they just closed the trap on a Konge and Lilvi. Enzo as well, left out in the cold, stunned, and pulled in for 4 kills and a triple for one. Cyclone, that'll be the killer combo. Wako gets caught into the big combo. They get the shutdown, and here goes that hostile takeover. Husha gets clapped on by it as they just look for the finisher, but Minji takes Konge out of this one. It's still anybody's fight as it turns back and forth. Lilvi too low, shut down by Minji. The second wind effort from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming's coming up huge as Uniboy forced to flash, trying to deny Lee Kai, but no, he will not be, as 3 kills coming from Minji.
Going for a big engage.
That's a setup. Oh, they might be able to do it here as Holo goes in. That's a really nice start. His vision is taken out of this one by M&M. The rest is buying a whole lot of time. The Death Realm zoning just about everybody away. Wise Cam's gonna fall. Gemini gets that reset, turns into the deal itself, turns onto M&M, and wowzers, it's done to the rescue. Huge execution, even with the perfect setup. Frank Esports just have absolutely nothing, and the Shelly charge comes in again. Pretender trying his best misdirect right now, but Gemini has eyes on top of him. He might just get away, but...
Yeah, the situation resets. Alex is actually going to stick around. Teleport coming through. This is it.
Okay, this is it. I mean, Frank Esports go to the next round or impunity for a game 5. Wise Cam's here in line to send out the ulti, but uses for the great ulti, flushes himself. Jackpot here too, but no one's on M&M, and that's a free of Velios fighty. Runs into certain death though, and gets out alive. It's a double kill.
They have no one else left.
KM. I don't know. Nice.
2v4.
They're dead. They're actually just dead. Pretender flashes. Okay, well, Jackpot runs in. He's dead next. Now M&M on the Elder. You know, it goes to the Rumble. M&M still flashing against an Elder team. He's going to do a Velios things. Everybody dead. A quadra kill.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment.
They were never your friends. Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. A storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
defense here. CFO are putting themselves in a really weird spot. The neck can come in
the
though.
back line. They bring in the Nocturne. Gemini locked up by carries for just a second as he gets out of there, and I don't think anybody from CFO was ready for this one. Mission tries to drop his full combo, and they do get a lot of damage. Holo trying to get out of there. Rets manages to slice and dice him down. It's Gemini and Koala just hanging on for dear life, but they are going to fall here. M&M just keeping him zoned, and they get themselves the full wipe in exchange for just 2. That will be...
Fine in most of these fights. It's about how Enzo can block out the explosive cast and can Lee Kai find those angles.
With the case here as they go in for the fight, slice the dice, Mig, and Lakai gets bursted but not down to 0. Here comes Minji around the side. The second wind effort, that Crescent Strike does split everybody, and this is going to be enough for Beyond Gaming to win this one. Blinking health bars on all sides. I don't think it's going the way. They do manage to secure the Herald, but the shutdown onto Uniboy means big goal to the pockets of Beyond Gaming, and they just closed the trap on a Konge and Lilvi. Enzo as well, left out in the cold, stunned, and pulled in for 4 kills and a triple for 1. Cyclone, that'll be the killer combo. Wako gets caught. Big combo. They get the shutdown, and here goes that hostile takeover. Husha gets clapped on by it as they just look for the finisher, but Minji takes Konge out of this one. It's still anybody's fight as it turns back and forth. Lilvi too low. Shut down by Minji. The second wind effort from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming's coming up huge as Uniboy forced to flash, trying to deny Lee Kai, but no, he will not be, as 3 kills coming from Minji. Frank going for a big engagement. That's a setup. No, they might be able to do it here as Holo goes in. That's a really nice start. As Mission is taken out of this one by M&M. The rest is buying a whole lot of time. The Death Realm zoning just about everybody away. Wise Cam's gonna fall. Gemini gets that reset, turns into Camille itself, turns onto M&M, and wowzers, it's done to the rescue. Huge execution, even with the perfect setup. Frank Esports just have absolutely nothing, and the Shelly charge comes in again. Pretender trying his best misdirect right now, but Gemini has eyes on top of him. He might just get away, but...
Yeah, the situation resets that night. Alex is actually going to stick around. Teleport coming through. This is it.
Okay, this is it. I mean, Frank Esports go to the next round, or Impunity for a Game 5. Wirecam's here in line to send out the ulti, but uses for the great ulti. Flushes himself jackpot here too, but no one's on M&M. And that's a free of Velios fighty. Runs into certain death though, and gets out alive. It's a double kill.
They have no one else left.
KM. I don't know. Nice.
2v4.
They're dead. They're actually just dead. Pretender flashes. Okay, well, Jackpot runs in. He's dead next. Okay. Now M&M on the Elder. You know, it goes to the Rumble. M&M still flashing against an Elder team. He's going to do a Velios things. Everybody dead. A quadra kill.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment. They were never your friends.
Why do you even try?
Why would anyone want to be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. The storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time.
Eyes on the road, sky turns to gold. I've seen the sign on the skyline, the urge in my soul.
Welcome, everybody, once again back to the PCS Summer Playoffs for 2022. We are just about to get to the final four of our summer split, but before we get into our pre-match discussion about tonight, I want to go ahead and shout out our sponsors, CTBC Bank and China Airlines. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, I and Devin Pyrotechnics Young, joined on this broadcast by none other than Frank Nightstar. How you doing today, man? You're 4 for 4 on this week.
Yep, 4 for 4 this week. It's a long week. Thankfully,
it's been a week.
You know, day 1 and day 3 were pretty short days. But if the trend continues, right? 3-game series, 5-game series, 3-game series. I think we're due for a 5-game, but
we might be in for a big one tonight. And it is two teams that are going to be feeling the heat to catch back up. A lower bracket brawl between PSG Talon and J-Team. And I gotta say, I think one of these teams definitely had a stronger showing in the upper bracket, but we've seen them both here before. You got to remember the last time they met, it was in the lower bracket in the spring split. It was the lower bracket finals, in fact, and it was a 5-game banger of a series with PSG eventually emerging victorious to re-challenge CFO. So history could repeat itself like we saw yesterday or the day before and everything, but I don't know, man. Let's have to take a look at everything that's gone down so far. Deep Cross Gaming, of course, last night did pull off that 3-0 sweep against Frank, although it did look like it was going to be closer earlier on. Prior to that, of course, we had already seen Beyond Gaming moving into the winners finals, as well as C2BC Flying Oyster. That's going to happen on September the 1st. But right now, right here, this game, it's all about who's going to move forward to face off against Deep Cross Gaming, who certainly silenced some doubts yesterday. These teams, I think they got a few doubters of their own, Nightstar. They got something to prove.
They definitely do have a lot to prove. More importantly, these two teams came into this split with a ton of expectations because J-Team, they finished 3rd, so they were just on the cusp of getting to that final and also making it to MSI, whereas PSG, They made a bunch of changes coming in from spring to summer, and expectations were to make Worlds. So as we see our caster predictions, most of us are leaning towards PSG. But there is one odd Clement that if he nails this, he will be able to catch up.
There's one of two possibilities I think here for Clement, that he is playing 5D chess on all of us and is going for the long game by picking J Team in this particular one, or he knows something we don't. I think it's entirely possible. The big brain of the PCS himself, but as another big brain, Night Star, I want to get your take on all this, because right now we are currently all tied up, with the exception of Irichu, who is our current prediction leader, with 5 out of 7 picked correctly so far. I mean, not a bad shake, I think, in these matches for each of us, but she's definitely ahead of the curve.
Yeah, at the very least, we are above 50%. So
that's important. Yeah, anything less, and we're hinting, right?
At least we're not sprinting it down as a collective. So,
Which, it's more than we could say for a couple of the teams we've seen. I really was surprised at some of the playoff collapses, but nonetheless, I'm also surprised at some of the teams that have been picking the pieces up. Like Beyond Gaming, for instance, has I think been one of the most positive surprises in this split so far. I didn't expect them to be straight into the upper bracket finals, only losing a single game, but the team that they did lose a single game to is playing tonight. That's J Team. I'd love to see this team back on the up and up, and maybe if Clement has some extra knowledge or just some faith. I know I picked them to be our #1 team for Worlds, but I gotta go with PSG on this one. Things have been looking a little better for the squad, and here's why. Hanabi, Buri, Gori, Unified, and Kaiwing. Overall, this squad has just performed better around the map, better on objectives, and I gotta say, I think Hanabi, when he's on a strong side matchup, has certainly stepped back up to form.
And the key thing for PSG talent in this series, or just the theme for both of these teams, is just the setup around objectives. Both of these teams do need to be a little bit faster getting to the objective fights and being able to set up what they actually want to do. We saw both of these teams quite behind in that regard, and that was what allowed CFO to get some of these edges. We'll see if J Team's able to repeat those, as we do get to see the J Team roster right in front of us. It's Rock starting today. It will not be Driver, although we could still see him later on in the series. Konya, Uniboy, Lil V, Enzo. Enzo, of course, the highlight player this split, as he did step up his game considerably with the Enchanters coming into the meta. It has allowed him to really take a hold of the best support player in our league. But, melee champions starting to come back into vogue down in that support role. So this is where Kaiwing and also Kino really started to thrive. So look for Kaiwing to be a major impact this series.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be favoring the bot side, as PSG will need it too, given the fact that Lil V and Enzo have certainly been picking up a lot of the slack for this J Team roster. I'm also looking to see if the mid jungle can combine up to be greater than the sum of their parts, because that has what has helped J Team in the victories over PSG in the past. You have a 1-1 record this split, and this is our comparison throughout the playoffs of our two mid laners. And Gori certainly has been one of the biggest impacts directly coming in from the LPL, and really came off to a flying start, looking like one of the better mids we have. But Uniboy not too far behind him, all things considered. And in the playoffs, he has actually had a better laning presence. His goal difference been much more positive.
You do have to compare who they've played against, though, right? Because Gori played 5 games against Mission, probably one of our strongest laners in our league, whereas Uniboy hasn't had that same test. So perhaps the numbers baiting us just ever so slightly in that regard, just adding a little bit context to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Gori, it is important for him to be on these big impact champions, and the key one is going to be the Azir for him, as he's able to team fight and he's able to play make both sides of the coin. So that should be a heavily contested pick. It does get banned over on the red side, as PSG will be starting blue.
Oh yeah, PSG already getting rid of the Lucian. I do like this because Lilvi and Enzo have been one of the teams, one of the duos to really opt into that aggressive 2v2 matchup. We saw the first strike for Cascada yesterday coming out to great effect. Silas, as well as the Azir being banned away, taking notes, of course, on PSG's playstyle, what works against them. It is absolutely clear that banning Gory leads to success.
And that's the approach that CFO did, right? They banned away the Silas, and then they would lock into Azir over on blue side. Eventually, they would move away from that strategy because Mission wasn't exactly very effective on the Azir. Definitely mixed results in that regard. And PSG, they go in and lock in the first pick, Ahri. Of course, Ahri has a lot of flexibility in a draft. You're not fully committed to a certain identity. It does, of course, not scale as well later on in the game. J-Team, though, looking for this Nautilus pick. Nautilus also one of those champions that I think will play a pivotal role because it is, again, a melee engage supports for Kaiwing, so I think it will be contested in that regard. But if people remember from last Split's playoffs, Lilvi really struggled to play against the Nautilus, so one of their most common duos they were playing was the Philios Nautilus because of that.
Right back to comfort. Also, the takeaway certainly helps out. It's a change of pace from J-Team's loss, where they focused very heavily on this champion, Zeri, which looks to potentially be a lock-in for PSG here. Now, I know you said tank supports are the way to play for Kaiwing, but he has been an enchanter in his time. And you know what pairs really well with Zeri? A Yuumi.
It should be a Yuumi, right? But in PCS, we have really avoided the cat. I think this would be a great angle to go ahead lock it in. But if they wanted to go for something different, you could go for a Rakan for a support. Or you still could go for the Leona. We've seen a lot of Leona here combined with the Zeri. And Kaiwing, of course, much more well known for the Rakan and the Leona. So I think those will most likely be what he leans towards. But we do see Buri pull out the Wukong once more, and I did like his performances on the Wukong in these team fights.
Yeah, I think that has been a champion that's been very forgiving and allows Buri to go in not just once but twice, try to set up the team fight, and that has been his main job. He can still get involved early, but primarily he's taken on that caretaker role where he's just kind of guarding lanes, looking for a bit of counter pressure. Certainly something you'll want to do against the likes of Kongye. And for J-Team, they're opting into a scaling matchup right now. You've got the Phelios already. Why not add a little more late game damage in as Uniboy picks up the Swain? If that does get into the late game, J-Team are looking pretty good.
Swain doesn't exactly offer the same sort of appeal for Philios. But on the PSG side, if they end up drafting a melee engage support, it plays very well into the Swain's playstyle, because then you're sort of committing to running into the Swain, and that's where Swain will thrive. So for PSG, I want to see the adaptation of moving away from just all-in compositions and play a little bit more range, play a little more kite heavy, as that is the sort of comp that will be a struggle for an Aphelios and a Swain to deal with, as they are sort of slow-moving death ball sort of champs.
And PSG trying to not give more heavy sticking power champions over to the side of Kongye as they ban the Viego and the Pantheon, what he had some success on. I really liked that Pantheon pickup for him, rework. And, well, for J-Team, they're going to go ahead and lock this with Juani. This is a flex pick, but it does feel like much more like a rock champion. And, ooh, this would be another support pick if he opts into it. That Ashe has been used to great effect by a number of our support players for kill lanes. Nonetheless, they may want to save it for last, flashing a couple Hanabi champions. Despite nerfs, his Gangplank and Gnar have both been excellent.
I think Gnar would be a fine fit here. Again, with the Leona, it is, of course, one of Kaiwing's legacy champs. It's just that the only issue I have with the Leona is, well, you're throwing yourself into an Aphelios and into the Swain. So that's my only knock on the pick, and we'll see how PSG round it out. This while I think Renekton, you know, is fine into the lane against Sejuani, I much would have liked to see the Gwen or the Gangplank because of the ability to play a little bit more from range. So for PSG, this first game composition is just, I gotta give them a very low score on how I feel about their draft, because on the flip side, with this PSG comp, you're running into Natrox, a Sejuani, a Aphelios, and a Swain. So I think J-Team come out miles ahead, and it's going to come down to the amount of picks PSG can generate with the Ahri and the Leona.
Yeah, that is not going to be an easy task, all things considered. You're aiming for Lil V a lot of the time. Maybe you settle for Rock, as they did pull that last-minute switcheroo to put the Sejuani into Kongye's hands, and going to be a bruiser brawl up topside. I think Bury will have his work cut out for him, trying to help out down in a couple of these lanes here. And you're right, Nightstar. I think J-Team certainly knew what game plan they wanted to go for here, and knew that Kaiwing was likely going to go for an engage tank support, playing accordingly. I like this Swain pickup once again from Uniboy. It's been a champion he's been able to flex on before.
And the adaptations from PSG in this game one, not exactly there, but at the very least, they have a fairly cohesive identity in that, hey, we all do want to go in, and the Zeri does have a fair amount of mobility to be able to self-peel, so we're not worried about, hey, if perhaps this was an Aphelios or a Jinx, where they just turn on your AD carry, your AD carry is just dead. But it also limits the amount of pop-off potential coming in from the Zeri, because we don't see any of those Enchanter supports paired up with her. So while Unified may be finding these fights, it may be difficult for him to fully clean up these kills.
Well, we'll have to see if he can do it. It's down to execution here. For PSG and J-Team, 1 best of 5 is all that separates them from losing out on a chance to go to Worlds or to go forward into the bracket, facing off against Deep Cross Gaming in the next round.
Heading on to the Rift in game number 1. This is our lower bracket match. So whoever loses this, and both teams have very high expectations on making sure they do go to Worlds, well, they will be knocked out of Worlds contention. And even if you do win this game, still a long road ahead.
Oh yeah, speaking of long roads, I think it's been quite a while since J-Team actually did put themselves in a position to go to the World Championship. You got to look back at past results, and it was 2019 when they last lifted the trophy. It was the pre-PCS days. That's back when we had the LMS summer, where they were able to win that one over the side of AHQ. And ever since, they've not been able to secure a final, and it's usually been because of a defeat at the hands of PSG, especially when you look at last summer and the spring. They weren't able to make it out, ended up in 3rd place. They'd love to overcome these rivals, if you will, and put themselves in a position to move ahead, try to establish dominance as the leader of the J-Team universe, because as you recall, all the J-Teams are in this one. If you don't know what we're talking about, well, J-Team has seeded a lot of talented members over the year, and we'll get into that more later, because Unified does get hooked early on by Enzo, gives the damage right back. Not a bad trade for PSG, all things considered.
It is an exchange of targets of where that damage is, though, right? Because on the one hand, Unified got chunked out, but on the flip side, it is Enzo. So the damage is still quite healthy. Hanabi hits level 2, goes for a quick aggressive trade there to get that advantage, or get with that level advantage. And Uniboy on the Swain will be a key playmaker here, as it is a composition that it will be sort of running into him as Gory under fire.
Speaking of running in, yeah, Kongye immediately, that level 3 gank. He loves to do that as they nail the stun proc, but Gory with the flash keeps himself alive for now. That's going to be a good start. And all of a sudden, they're going to go a Roman just a little bit here, establishing some presence. This is something that Kongye and Uniboy do incredibly well. Their history as a duo goes back quite a ways, and they even substituted for PSG in the 2020 World Championship. So they've been to Worlds a little more recently than J-Team has as an org.
Very seen
comes.
coming
He's
over the wall,
spotted.
so there's full knowledge it's about to happen. And Korea already making some aggressive moves, burning the flash of Gory early on. It's really, really nice.
Ooh, they're going to try to
Because
cut him
now
off here, force
you
him
can
out of
return,
lane.
you can go for a double flash
There's the
play.
flash follow through, tries to get that play, and they do manage to actually knock him in. Bury coming towards him,
Stun.
but that's first
Kill.
blood nonetheless, and Bury, he might fall as well. Able to get out at the end of the day, but really nice priority to stick on top of Gory, shutting him down and claiming first blood for Kong Ye.
And they could overforce that as well. Because of the ward and tri-bush, they would have full knowledge if that bot lane decided to start moving upwards. Of course, pretty long ways to go to actually get to that play. And J-Team loved the execution. You burn the flash early on in Gory and you just immediately revisit the issue. And for PSG, this is going to be something that's going to happen over and over again. It happened in the CFO series, and that should be also the game plan from PSG or J-Team coming into this series. And for PSG, it's about how do you adapt to it, or how do you start attacking the sore points of J-Team, which has been Lil V in lane.
All right, now Lil V hasn't been under pressure too much in lane at all. Bury might want to make a dash down there. He is actually spotted on that deep ward that happened in the extended engage, so information gleaned by J-Team as well. Know to play back, know to play safe. You can see on cue, Lil V, Enzo. They're going to let that wave crash into them. But this is a good start for J-Team, reading how teams have been able to pick PSG talent apart. CFO showed us the blueprint not too long ago, shutting down Gory, banning him out of his high-priority, high-flying champions, putting him on the Ahri, which he's still good on, but not quite as deadly, and no level 6 yet. Kongye coming right back to the scene of the crime. Real flash. Yeah, he's chased out. Bury's here. This is 2v2. Charm does land. That's pretty good as Uniboy tanks a little bit of it, and he doesn't have flash either. Use it aggressively, if you recall.
And while all that's happening, though, it's still Korea outpacing Bury, even though he keeps coming into this mid lane. He has the 6 CS advantage. He has a bonus kill on top of it. And now Endzone.
He walks right in to Kaiwing, who instantly stuns him up, hooks to the wall to stay safe, but a great trade for PSG's bot side means Lil V, he's going to be zoned out of a little bit of farm for a moment.
Lil V wanted to go for the reset, and now he's going to be stuck. He's going to be trapped, and Gory now coming in for the roam. Lil V should be dead here.
6 Spirit rushes on. They immediately get the charge in. He flashes and cleanses, and they commit to it. Kaiwing will fall, but a well worthwhile trade as Gory and Unified pick up a kill.
Each team playing to the win condition of shutting down the main or the big win con for the other team, right? For J-Team, it's about attacking Gory, and as I mentioned earlier, for PSG, if they want to get big advantages and throw J-Team off kilter, it's about attacking this bottom lane. Even though Enzo does land a good hook, because of that earlier chunk, it's not really, it doesn't really matter. Yes, they do get a kill back onto Kaiwing, but it goes into hands of Enzo and not into the hands of Lil V. And now Lil V,
flash into infinite amounts of CC. A good combo as Lil V, with no cleanse, no flash, couldn't get out of there fast enough. PSG, they're making faster moves, even though J-Team's trying to move around the map.
That is just, I don't know what to say, Tyler, because that was stupid.
Well, that's I guess all you can say.
Just walked all the way up to the tower, and immediately they get return ganked. They were just bought, and they way overextended themselves in that situation. Gory, though, he could get dove. These are pretty chunky members in the Swain and the Sejuani, so they can pull off a dive. But yeah, as you mentioned earlier, flash back up onto Gory, although they would still love to burn that tool. It's about burning away as many dashes on this Ahri as possible.
So, a little bit of weird positioning there as everyone getting a little global for a second, partying it up in the mid lane. We will see. It's been a quiet top side, but Hanabi has gotten the better of Rock despite this switch up, and he starts off on the Herald, spotted by Rock, but with Bury already here, this is going to be a little hard for J-Team to try and force the contest. Bury going to even come in and guard. Yeah, I think they've got this one. Objective control has just been so much better for PSG over the course of this split than it has been for J-Team. If you look at the amount of times they secure these objectives on the map, the Heralds, the Dragons, the Barons, I mean, their Herald take is like probably like the third best in the league. J-Team's not that far behind in that stat, particularly, but they still haven't been as fast on the draw as a team like PSG Talon.
PSG Talon historically have been fairly good around set plays. And the best way to have those set plays or just set plan before coming into game, things that you rehearse, is just around these objectives, because there will always be some sort of moment where you will need to take an objective, and they've been very consistent in being able to play around these things, and it's continued even with a lot of new pieces coming into this summer rosters. It will be J-Team turning around for this first dragon, but here comes the contest.
Bury, with a great Scryer's Bloom, was able to spot that one out, and J-Team, they're going to get cold feet. They back away from it. This opens up a nice timing window as Ulvi, as Uniboy and Enzo are both backing away. Might even be PSG starting off on this dragon.
This is actually pretty big for PSG. If they're able to get in a spot to secure this first dragon, it is that Fire Drake who will help them out considerably, because this comp does play pretty favorably into J-Team's composition, right? Because they're all running into an Aphelios and a Swain, so the extra damage will help them be able to punch through some of these targets, especially the Swain, who, interestingly enough, is going for the Leandry though. So this is going to have a little bit more power, but it will spike a little bit slower.
Yeah, well, that is going to track with what J-Team want to do, right? They do have a little bit of a scaling factor going for them. But that Dragon Diff does help PSG out here as Hanabi pulled in. Oh boy, for a second it looked like he might have been baited all the way through from those Infernal Chains, but Hanabi is playing smarter than that. Even on the Renekton, he knows how to play back, play a little more weak side, has that CS advantage, not for nothing. It's been a quieter lane up top, but Hanabi's been winning it out, and this is despite the final pick going to Rock.
Yeah, Rock taking the Aatrox, I think, really fits the identity of the composition, but Gory.
Charm into hook, but Uniboy immediately heals, looking for that on the Demonic Ascension, chasing him down, will be able to take down Gory on the second charge of Bury's ultimate. He gets to disengage back, but the Shelly doing a little bit of work there on the tower. I think for J-Team, they're pretty happy that they're able to take Corey down another peg and get Uniboy a kill in the mix.
Both of these win conditions not doing too hot, right? For PSG, Gory has been their main player to drive the PSG engine, and on the flip side, Lil V for J-Team. Both of them on 2 deaths in just under 12 minutes. So at the very least, these teams are identifying, hey, if we just bully out this particular player, it does limit the playmaking and the carry potential on our opposing team. So I like the move there, and yeah.
I think Gory could have just respected the hook windup, and he didn't need to get within striking distance of Enzo, but he did.
It happened.
And we're seeing the value that Nautilus always brings. That dredge line, it goes a lot more pixels than you think it does. All the same, though, we're 3-3 in kills. PSG do have the advantage in both Gold and Dragon for the time being.
Yeah, for the time being. And the Dragon's going to be really nice for PSG, having those extra damage stats, and it's going to be a Mountain Dragon coming up next as well. So J-Team, this is an objective you have to go and contest, as Uniboy should be close to the Leandries, and if he does hit that spike for the next fight, that will be massive. It gives them a big advantage in the next fight, as Gory, I mean, cut out.
Oh, once again, Konge out of the brush. You gotta know, Gory, you don't have vision in there, and all of a sudden you're gonna get taken low, but not out. as he uses the Spirit Rush to make his great escape. Kaiwing roaming up will catch Enzo on this one. Not able to fight him out as everybody moving through River. Still about a minute and a half before that dragon will spawn, but that's not stopping him. As Kongye baited by the Warden. No. Oh, it is actually. And the flash and knockup. They look for Kongye, immediately turn for Enzo, but whiff on that umbrella. Kaiwing can't quite find it as they will turn their attention on the second charge. Over to Boy in the Demonic Ascension. Finding enough damage to take him out. Buys a little time on that stopwatch, but will fall all the same. Furry picking up the kill. It'll be a little zoned out as the Ultra Shock Laser and Spark Surge follows. They've got enough damage as he flashes into tower. They're going to follow suit. Try to tag away. No, here comes Enzo around 2. They're going to take him out now. But in comes Kongye. This is a very extended engage. I think PSG still win it as the TP is going to finally chase them off with Rock joining the fray. That's going to be the end of it. Though. Wow.
Yeah, the side of J Team, they can't actually chase for those low health bars because of the fact that Gory was coming down from that mid lane. Teleport going back into the mid for Uniboy, and up in that top side, it's just Hanabi continuing to generate advantages for himself on this Renekton pick. Once he joins that first fight, that is going to be terrifying. It's got a 30 CS advantage, it's got the core drinker completed, and we'll see the replay. Really decisive engage coming in from Bury. Love the engage there, and then the re-engage coming in from Uniboy. It felt like it should have been good, but because of the initial chunks onto those engage tools on the Sejuani and the Nautilus, it did limit their ability to actually re-engage that fight, and that's why they come over the wall and immediately say, "Nah, we kind of want to take that back."
Yeah, unfortunately it was Uniboy who was left out in the cold. And PSG, once again, faster on the rotation. They set up and start taking down another Herald here. You can see that carries have moved around the map. Gory up in the top, joined by Lil V. For the defense, no first brick here, but the Dragon is going to be started off by J Team to try and even this one up while the Herald was being taken. I think they've got this, and PSG shouldn't be able to get there in time to contest, or wait a minute, they will. That Dragon still has plenty of hit points, and they just chase him out.
Yeah, they get mid priority, then they throw their Herald into the mid lane on top of that, so PSG get everything once more. J Team are just, again, we talk about the setup for objectives. Both of these teams have been really slow for the fights, but J Team have also been just slow, just even thinking about objectives. At least
they don't commit to them. They don't commit to them, right? They could have fought for it instead of taking the flip. Instead of trying to turn for a fight, they back away. I realize they've got more scaling comp, but it feels like J Team play very conservatively.
And this is just one of those cases where, yes, your composition does outscale, but you can't literally give them everything unless if your composition is just way better. And I don't necessarily think that's the case, because with the Ahri, you can still generate picks on the side. If you're left alone, caught in these 1-3-1 setups, that's where PSG will just absolutely tear you apart. As Uniboy, he sort of understands that point, and he immediately starts to back off. On the flip side, this Renekton pick hasn't seen a fight yet, but that just makes it even more scary, because no one has felt the wrath of the Renekton, and in that first fight, Renekton can always surprise an AD carry, getting that double dash into its stun, into the core drinker, and then it's just all your HP is gone.
Yeah. J Team have to realize this. They have to respect it. It's been a farm fest up top, but Hanabi has been winning it, and now with Gory tagging up there, it means that he's just able to finally knock down that tower with all the pressure. PSG have just been way better at moving around the map here, and they extend their gold lead. It's just over 3,000 right now, not to mention the 2 dragons stacking. And J Team, they realize they've got to get something going soon, but not able to pull the trigger anywhere on the map.
It is the Leandries now completed by Uniboy. So he has his Mythic completed, and Mythics completed really all across the board. Enzo going for a first item, Zanya. It's interesting, of course, you want the extra stasis. It doesn't really give you a ton of battle stats. And I don't really like that for a first item rush unless if you're soaking up a bunch of key cooldowns. But if you go into stasis, PSG can just turn onto everyone else besides you. The Nautilus is never going to be a key focus in this instance, as Hanabi has a lot of company and a lot of friends visiting him up top side.
Yeah, it is a curious buy on a champion like a Nautilus, right? Because you think maybe that'd be better suited to like one of your enchanters that's not going to be as naturally tanky. Hanabi going up and looks to chase Rock and Kongye off this turret, able to do it successfully. He did have some help at his back in the form of Kaiwing, but not even needed, as Gory continues his tour of Summoner's Rift, finding another tower for himself and just getting that gold right back into his pocket, as he's been a side lane threat.
And this is what they did in the CFO series as well. Remember the Azir game where he was just, once he got out of the lane phase, he was just consuming all this solo tower gold on the side lanes and just propelling himself very, very quickly in his item tempo. And look, he already has the Zanya's completed as well. And this is a different one because he's a priority target, right? You jump in, people will be drawn to you. So if you're able to cancel out cooldowns by going into the stasis, that is value. And that's sort of just the difference in critique on how I'm evaluating the Zanya purchases from Enzo and then Gory.
There is some different value there. And also, speaking of Zanya's, Uniboy going towards one himself.
Yeah.
As well, already had busted his stopwatch in the past. But yeah, this is looking good for PSG across the board in game number one. Just understanding the win conditions. I know we didn't like their draft as much, but it is cohesive, and it has been playing that way. As PSG are doing exactly what they need to. 20 minutes tick on the board, and yeah, it's a good gold lead that's continuing to build. They're looking for opportunities. They are splitting a bit on the map. It hasn't been about the flank play, but it has been about dividing and conquering JT.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Even though I would still rate PSG's draft worse than J-Team because they're all sort of on the same page with the draft, except for perhaps that Zeri, you're still going to get good value once you do get ahead because you can all play to the same win condition. Now, this is a pretty big dragon, right? Because PSG, if they secure this, is their third dragon, and it is Hextech. So definitely a lot of power. And they already have a ton of power with two additional Drakes. Is Hanabi coming in from the side?
Rock's gonna fight him right here, but it turns into a two-tiered fight. Kaiwing actually goes all the way through the Hex Gate. That does create some interesting things. He pops a Solar Flare immediately. Bury joins the fray right in the front. The Moonlight Vigil shut down onto Bury, but it may not matter at all because everyone else from PSG has taken names in this fight. Around the back comes Rock to try and help Uniboy clean up, but even though it's a pair of double demons, they are going to fall. PSG clean up and only lose their junk.
PSG, they absolutely steamrolled this fight, really highlighting how far ahead they are. 2 dragons and now a 6k gold lead at just 21.5 minutes into the game. Yes, you do get Bury, but it's just not enough. The amount of pressure that's coming onto the back line is way too much, and part of that is just because there's no front line that's going to demand attention. I like the play coming in from Rock, holding on to the side. He's able to maintain or keep Hanabi out of the fight, but because Enzo's not really a real frontline champion, he puts his team in a bit of a rough spot because he doesn't offer any peel for this Aphelios. Aphelios left exposed. Everyone else, you know, they're very comfortable with the spot, the Aatrox and the Swain, but when you remove the Aphelios, your cleanup damage is gone.
Absolutely. Big win for PSG, and they're right back onto the fight again. However, I don't think they chose this one. Bury does get caught, but turns in. Kaiwing going forward. Another Solar Flare lands, and Kongye isolated, chunked through. Gory dashing forward and finding more. And speaking of dashing, Hanabi is right in the mix as well. But Rock is there, and he's between himself and a hard place right now, as Unified is able to take him down. Uniboy holding on to his flash as he tries to get the kills for himself. Lil V and Enzo hanging on. Uniboy finally forced to get out of there. And J-Team will cut their losses, but those losses are still tough to swallow.
That's top lane and jungler going down for the side of J-Team. PSG, they don't go ahead and turn that advantage and try and start out the Baron because it is still 23 minutes into the game. These death timers are very, very short. However, PSG, this is a very comfortable place for them because on the flip side, J-Team, their only catch tools is going to be that Sequani ultimate and the Nautilus ultimate. So, right, not a ton of tools to force picks. The other ways, of course, it's still like the Gravitum on Lil V. That's a little bit more situational, and Uniboy with his grasp, you know, it's just not long range enough. Lil V will complete his collector. All right, that's a little sus.
Yeah, right now in this point in the game, I think J-Team are definitely boarding the struggle bus. See if they can get back into it with the fight, but they're losing ground in their own jungle here, and even losing some of their own jungle away. Kaiwing does get hooked in, but that's not the prio target. Rock gonna get caught up by Hanabi again, and Kongye forced to dash defensively. That stun lands onto Lil V as he was looking to set up something. And that's the two-man pull-in, but it's the Buri clone that they get, so not a whole lot to deal with. PSG, we talk about them being a 90-10 team in terms of only going for the play when they are certain they have a chance of winning when it comes to these objectives. That's one of the reasons they have such good control. So they bait around Baron, they bait around the plays, they don't start it, don't even presume to look at it. But they know if they can win the fight against J-Team, that changes things in their favor.
Yeah, and that's why sometimes these games do draw out perhaps a lot longer than what could happen, or what should happen, right? But in the end, you know, if you can turn, I guess, like the 85-15 into a 99-1, why not? So that's sort of the approach PSG do take, and it's looking good for them so far. Really,
they've been able to bring it back, really, in the mid lane especially. Gory just absorbed side lane farm. To get himself back up to speed, get the items back online. He's even feeling confident enough to go for the Medjais with 9 stacks on the Dark Seal after he'd been ganked a couple of times.
Yeah, and he's getting towards that death cap as well. Has 1 large rod, so he is incredibly strong. 30 CS lead. The solo laners have just been so far ahead that there's really no answer for the side of J-Team. They can't side lane themselves because they're too far behind. And because of that, they're kind of stuck in an ARAM position of sorts, but a lot of this gold is going into Lil V, so if they all ball up, they're not getting any more resources, and instead the resources is going into a collector affiliates against Steel Caps, top lane, Zanya's mid lane, and a very tanky Leona.
Not exactly the most favorable of item differences, as the Dragon is about to hit the Rift again. J-Team cannot afford to give this away. It would be a Hextech Soul at 26 minutes, and PSG, they're not going to give them the opportunity right now as they pop the Solar Flare, gets dodged out, but the slows still come through, and nonetheless, Rock looking to join the rest of the team here through the choke point would be still tough, and both teams going to have a bit of a standoff as the Ice Bullet does go out. It lands onto Kaiwing, but the secondary engages here. Buri starts things up. Gory staying alive in the backline. Enzo getting jumped in. A huge amount of damage onto him as he forced to flashback. Lil V, though, trying to stay alive in all this, but he's not dishing out the autos just yet. Rock isolated, goes in, and in that World Ender, he's not tanky enough as Gory takes him down. Hanabi on the front line, the dominance. That Croc is a rockin' double kill to Gory as they take Enzo out of the fight, start to pick this J-Team apart. Lil V turns back around.
He's still alive.
They have the chance to get into this, though. They're in a huge choke point, and that ultimate
reverse positions.
just runs out.
Buri!
Watch Buri, and oh, Gory on the side. He's even able to get another one, the unofficial triple kill, as he aims for more right now. Finding on the orb a double, and it's all Uniboy left. That's going to be it. The ace comes through, and Buri steals away the unofficial Penta.
Oh my god, this is good night to game number 1 here. 28 minutes into the game. Mark it as time of death because PSG get themselves a Hextech Soul and a 10k gold lead. There's just way too much damage at this point in the game, way too many stats, and also a fully stacked Medjai. The engage goes on to High Wing of all targets. It's the Leona with the W pressed, and you can see there's just no damage coming down onto that target. No one wants to damage this champion because they already know it's just way too tanky for a support champ. And then Lil V, it looked like he could have had a moment because there just wasn't enough damage at the start of this fight from the side of PSG, and it did give that moment that perhaps J-Team could flip the fight. But the decisiveness coming in from Gory with the flash over the wall right here. Boom. Woo. That was it. That was the end of the fight. Even then, if they peeled upwards, Bury would be right around the corner too.
That's a long, a very, very long replay to show that entire fight. And while it was all happening, the Baron take from PSG came through nice and easy as you like. I want to point something out here, Nightstar. That was the first tower J-Team have gotten all game. At 29 minutes.
The comeback is here.
Versus Hextech. I mean, I think that should tell you all you need to know about what's gone on in this game. PSG all but locked this one up. Massive advantage as they are looking to close it out safely as well. PSG just take no chances here. It is an elimination match.
Oh, Gory.
He caught on the side, but he's got a level advantage over Rock. 2 levels. Yeah, I don't think Rock fancies
no
that
death
at all.
bush there, buddy. Yeah, Gory is completely fine. He also has an elixir. That is how much damage Gory is packing. It is insane. If we could see his AP value, that would be cool. But fortunately, tough to see that, as it will be PSG on the siege. Unified has his completed item, so these extra shock lasers are going to do a ton of damage too. Oh, Kongyuan, he wants to try and go for the Hextech gate play, but
they do actually manage to land
onto Highwing.
Onto Highwing again, and Bury immediately knows that's the go button. Look at how much CC they have, locking him up for days. And Unified just hops onto the wall, getting the zaps, the pew pews, and there's nothing that you can do as J-Team at all. Gory with a godlike kill. Highwing goes down, sure, but that is a well worthwhile sacrifice, and this is going to be the end. You already called the time of death. Well, this is what Pete stopped kicking, Nightstar. About 31 minutes will be the final game time as PSG lock up game number 1 here against J-Team in this elimination best of 5.
Game 1 not even close. PSG saying, hey, we got a contested 5-game series against CFO, and we want that rematch against them. They'll just put J-Team to bed so damn quickly. It was never even close, right? These dragons came through so quickly, and J-Team, they just kept giving away more and more. Every time PSG showed up, they were just like, all right, oh, whoa, hey, I don't want no funny business. I'll give this to you.
Yeah, that's the problem with J-Team. When they get pushed around, when they look to face a fight early, they back down. It's happened over and over again. It's the reason they lost against Megabank Beyond Gaming, not pressuring them early enough. That's a team that thrives in the later stages. For PSG, they're a team that, if they're given free objectives, they absolutely sure will take them.
Yeah. If you keep giving them sure things, they'll keep taking those sure things. And eventually, the sure thing was the Nexus, and that's the one thing you can't give up.
Yeah, very literally. I mean, there's a lot of things we could argue aren't give upable, but the Nexus very literally ends the game. So yeah, unfortunately for J-Team, it seems like they are still struggling in this slow start, this almost appeasement strategy. Like, oh, maybe if they take that one dragon, they'll leave us alone after that. That never works. You gotta fight back.
Yeah, at some point you do have to fight back. Even though this composition, I still would have given advantages to J-Team. Like, we see the draft, the Swain played.
I like the scaling.
Yeah, there was scaling. The fact that PSG were all going to run into you. You saw in that dragon fight that it could have happened, but they gave up too much. That the stat advantage was just overwhelming in favor of PSG, and that was able to overcome these draft disadvantages.
I also think that while it was a nice flex, the Sejuani did not really pay off in the same way that it would have done, I think, if you had put it in the hands of Brock. Because, yes, you give Hanabi a very favored matchup, but look at what he did in what was basically a 50-50. He still rolled that matchup in terms of farm, didn't get kills, but didn't need them. So the Aatrox didn't really do anything for you, and it kind of felt like this game was 5v4. So in that case, I'd rather going into game 2 give Konge a carry-oriented champion or something that can stack damage. Obviously, the Viego band against him has been a big champion of his. I'd like to see maybe a takeaway of something like the Wukong. That would have probably worked out a little better. Burry, speaking of, had a fantastic set of engages for himself. I've really liked the development that this player has shown on this champion.
Burry on the Wukong, pretty good.
But the Xin Zhao.
Just look at these pick and bans. The champion that was missing was Poppy. They had the opportunity to go Sejuani Poppy. Sejuani's still fine into that Renekton matchup. You get the Poppy, you deny the dashes coming in from a Renekton, from the Wukong, from the Ahri, from the Zeri if you get on top of the Zeri.
Yeah.
From the Leona. Like,
that made it all the way through and they didn't even look at it.
Infinite Poppy value. And they said, nah, fam. Give us the Sejuani. We'll put the Aatrox up top lane. This Aatrox got absolutely put 6 foot under in that lane phase. And yeah, it was a tough go from the get-go.
All right, we're taking a look back at a replay from earlier on in the game as that ward expired down bottom. And yeah, Enzo thought he was safe, but man, PSG...
Surprise!
They move in. I don't know if they knew the ward was there or they just got really lucky on the timing, but yeah, Enzo, that's a big oopsie.
That was very greedy coming in from him, right? Because Lil V was looking for the back timing. Enzo thought he could sneak in a deep ward and then recall and swap his trinket.
Yeah,
but
sets
then
this whole thing up.
It allows the dive to happen right afterwards because of that. And yeah, PSG, they'll accept any gifts, any offerings, they'll take it. And for J
this was
Team,
the beginning of the
unfortunately,
comeback.
And this fight, PSG once more. This looked like it could have been a good look, but remember the chunk onto Konya, onto Enzo, and PSG, they zone them off even when they come in for what they felt like was going to be a ring engage, and then Lil V, like, he just didn't get to play the game. They early picked this Aphelios, remember, and it did not pan out whatsoever. This was a pick they were super reliant on in spring as well, and unfortunately that also led to them getting knocked out at third place.
Yeah, and I think at this point it may start to look even worse for J-Team if they can't get it together, because this isn't the lower bracket finals. This is still just earlier on in the lower bracket, as they'd already been knocked down in round 1 against Beyond Gaming. That was a big upset, but it was the same type of issues that led to it. Not moving fast enough, not letting themselves not buying enough space for themselves to get to that late game where their scaling champions do come alive, and just giving up so much in the way of objectives. PSG, the masters of the set piece play. They had so many opportunities, and J-Team just did not punish. And that's why the gold graph looks the way it does. Even though Gory got set behind at the beginning, some great ganks coming out of the Sejuani, and even a couple from Enzo as well. That wasn't enough. He just goes to the sideline. That dive sets it all up, and then he's off to the races.
And you can see how PSG were able to help Gory out get back into the game. They threw him into the side lane, allowing him to get solo towers. And on the flip side for J-Team, they tried to get resources into Aphelios, but that came at a cost to their side laners. Their side laners continued to fall further and further behind. The Aphelios didn't reward them with the extra gold investment. You can see the damage charts barely keeping above the Aatrox. So all in all, J-Team, they need to reevaluate how they play the game. I don't hate the drafts. Again, the draft looked fine. It was just the execution of a draft that fell very, very short, even though they were able to bully out Gory in the early game of the start of the game. As Kaiwing gets MVP, he ate so many cooldowns that, you know what? He gets it.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, he was the juicy target, but it allowed so many of the counter engages to come through for PSG, especially for Buri. I think the two of them combined up incredibly well today. And you can see PSG, they stuck together. Kill participation very high for Kai Wing here, as he was involved in 20 of the kills that this team had. And I mean, what more can you say? I think that really sums up how well PSG rotated around the map this game, and that is their comfort zone to lock that first one up without a whole lot of resistance from JT.
You go melee support to melee support. Kai Wing understands the ins and outs of Leona Nautilus like the back of his hand. So there we go. Kai Wing with the Game 1 MVP, really out-rotating our spring, or not our spring, but our summer best support in the league.
Yeah, well, we'll see if J-Team can dust themselves off, get back up after that loss for Game 2 right after the other side of this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, playing with
and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. Love you till the end of time.
就要被离开给显示，完了，那么你推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的就是一个2打3的画面上吹风机了。现在这种就要被离开给显示，完了，我们的 Rock 看起来没打得好，但是自己被这个视线给弹回来，又是 Alex 的一个壁咚，准备要在这一波将解放人全员收掉。差了一个位置，又是第3个，我的天啊！两个人拿了一个拉手，开始持续的追击，现在的话，调整他的 triple， 被波手他换了一个治愈，多你一个治愈之后，这边点输了。再一个红魔的一个追，拿着对方旁边的效果把脚给推了回去。
All right, everybody, welcome back once again to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs. We are one game done, and a fast one at that, as PSG just completed a shellacking of J-Team. We'll see if they can come back for game number 2 and give us a series. But before we do that, I want to thank our sponsors one more time, CTBC Bank and China Airlines. Thank you for sticking with us and for making us fly high in the sky for the PCS playoffs. All right, Nightstar, J-Team has swapped up to the blue side for game number 2. What do you anticipate being the difference in this one, besides maybe not getting smashed in 30 minutes?
That would be nice, Pyro. We'll need to actually see the in-game play past that draft, though, to really determine if that will be the case. But going on to the blue side, I think the priority will be either around the Silas or the Zero pick, where they will be able to drop one of those bans themselves. Now, they could also turn their attention, keep those same 2 bans, and just lock the Ahri here, because Gory on the Ahri pick did make a lot of plays. And if it wasn't going to be Kaiwing with the MVP, Gory definitely would have been the next one up, right? Because he was doing a lot of damage. He also was able to come back from a rough early game to then come back and really assert himself, assassinating key targets.
That was a big one, and we'll see if he gets a chance to do it again, despite getting pressured in the lane, still having a big impact, and hero PSG stepping it up. For J-Team, they start off on this blue side by banning the Azir. They ban the Wukong away from Gory. I do think that's an adaptation that might be needed. PSG still sticking to the AD carry bans, and yeah, Callista, Lucian off the table. This is good. The Aphelios took a while to get online. Also a Nautilus ban by JT themselves. Maybe this sets up that first Ari pick after all.
Silas still left available, and PSG will have to pick whether they want to give up Silas or Ari, or maybe just handshake this the situation. They'll go ahead, ban away the buy. So JT, I think they'll go ahead, lock themselves the first pick Silas. For PSG, probably looking at the Ari Renekton for a 1-2 if you want to go ahead and draft your solo laners right away. It is one of those situations where it feels like it's maybe not the best option. Or you could go for something like Aphelios Leona. Just deny Lil V his Aphelios pick, which he has really gravitated towards more often than not.
Unified's been more than competent on that champion. It looks like we are actually going to end up dropping that draft. That's not actually a Teemo. We're having a little bit of a tech issue, it looks like, so we'll reset things. That was it would have been great. I mean, we have seen Teemo in competitive. I think it was like last year it came out of the LCK, if I'm remembering. But yeah, we are gonna have a bit of an extended draft this time around with Silas lock in. We could speculate a little more on what's going to come through. I think that Aphelios takeaway could certainly work. You have to think what happens then on the J team side. What do they opt into? Does it start to turn into maybe a Sivir? Do we see the Zeri coming out for them? That was a bit of a bait with the high prio for J team in the past, but this isn't the first rotation.
Yeah, so if the Aphelios does get denied away, you could look for something, maybe the Jinx comes back in that instance, or I personally would like to see a Senna lane come out in that bottom lane, but Senna has pretty much entirely vanished, so probably not a pick PCS teams are really thinking about, but
yeah, it just hasn't paired with what especially these like high damage dealing AD carries want to do, right? Like the fasting Senna lane it has a lot of utility, has a lot of impact, but it doesn't have as much damage, and I think it puts a fair bit on these supports. I would love to see if Lilvi and Enzo do go for the Zeri again to pair it with Yuumi, because it has happened for this team more than a lot of the other ones in the league, but for some reason the PCS does have quite an aversion to the cat. Maybe they're allergic.
I am allergic to cat hair. That is something I will admit. But
well, I have to be aware of that next time I have you over, my dude.
Well,
that place is covered in it.
Yes. I do love cats though, so
that's the struggle, isn't it?
It is unfortunate. It's like I know a lot of my friends are lactose intolerant, but they will still have their pizza. You know,
I am one of those people.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to carry your pills, right?
We might be getting a Pizza Girl Sivir delivery today. Who knows? I do love that skin. It's getting locked in here for PSG. We'll see if they just let the Aphelios happen. I think Lil V didn't get a chance to have that much impact on it, but it was mostly because of PSG just completely dominating objectives and not letting him get online. Would the Yuumi come out now? Are we getting extra zooms down bot?
Okay,
yeah, we are.
There we go. It does.
We just talked about it.
Yeah.
It's a takeaway here as well if Lil V goes for the Zeri pick.
Yeah, and we just haven't seen any Yuumi in our league during this playoff. Trying to look up the numbers here.
Kyling's played 2 iterations of Yuumi, and he has a 100% win rate. If I recall correctly, they were both big old stomps because his KDA is 39 on the champion.
It's a little large.
39.0. Yeah, I think that usually means it was a couple of stomps. The Ari comes through fairly squishy for both compositions so far with the double enchantress support, but that's a little deceptive with the Lulu.
Yeah, and coming into today, we've had 13 bans onto the Yuumi, but 0 picks. So this is our first Yuumi playoff game. We'll see how PSG do with it, and both teams do have sort of what they want in this first phase, right? For J team, they get the Silas, they drop that ban coming out of the red side, but PSG still get to go back onto the Ari pick, and we get that handshake. right? The Silver Yumi and then the Zeri Lulu. Zeri Lulu not quite the amount of 1v9 potential a Silver Yumi does have, but there is still that potential.
I like how it's still 1v9 even if you have the Yumi on your back. It still counts. It's still only one champion at the point. Continuing to hammer away at Kongi's champion pool, the Pantheon, the Viego, taking off the board. I do think that's wise, and JTM are aiming for Hanabi with both Renekton and the Ornn removed.
Yeah, taking those strong, weak side top laners.
Ooh,
and
there's the Poppy. There's the Poppy.
It was completely absent in game number 1, even though J-Team had the opportunity to lock it in against a composition that would have absolutely suffered against the Poppy. But PSG will be the ones to lock it in. J-Team seem to have completely forgotten the existence of this champ, and they will go back towards the Sejuani. I would assume it will be Sejuani top lane.
I would too. Oh, well, maybe we'd both be wrong. I mean, if they guess that the goal is to deny Hanabi picks, I mean, he could just go Gangplank.
Yeah, they decide to just pinch Hanabi's pool as much as possible. But this is also an instance where you can just go Gwen because they are running into you. This is a fine Gwen spot. It is also Gwen. Well, I mean, Gwen is fine.
You said Gwen a lot, but I feel like the hover says something different here. I think it's going to be the Aatrox. Yeah, I mean, I don't... Oh, there we go. There we go.
Gangplank either.
Okay, Gangplank.
It's another G champ, you know?
Yeah.
Gnar Gangplank Gwen. That's Hanabi's pool. Keep it that
actually
way.
That is a weird coincidence that works out that way. But for Hanabi, he's already proven that despite the rounds of nerfs that they've received, he's still able to make these champions work for him. And all of a sudden, this late game is pretty terrifying. And a lot of damage dealers, a lot of AoE, and an ability with this Poppy to put fight numbers in your favor. I think J-Team, they could be in a lot of trouble here, and Uniboy's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah. There is a little bit more engaged power because you do have the Silas this time around on top of the Sejuani and now the Gnar ultimate as well, conditionally. So it's a better pivot coming in from J-Team, giving them more tools to start fights. Compositionally, though, I do favor PSG this time around because they get comforts and they get to play from arm's length a little bit more. They have the Gangplank ultimate to disengage. They have the Poppy ult to turn the fight. They have Ahri, who's incredibly slippery. And if you overcommit, you're running into a Yumi ultimate. So game number 2 looking a little bit rough from J-Team, but can they make the adaptations in-game to shift their fortunes?
That is always the question when we're looking at J-Team seeming to struggle in these playoffs so far, at least against some of our top flight squads. We'll see if they can correct on the course. Otherwise, they're in danger of going down to match point early on against our reigning champions. PSG Talon looking to go the long road to the finals here. We'll see if they can pull it off. It's rare that we see this team knocked down in the lower bracket, but so far, coming back into it, and remember, they didn't go down here without a fight. CFO had to put him 6 feet under at the final hurdle.
Yeah, they were looking a little bit like the undead.
They keep coming back
to rise from the grave, and CFO were like, please, no.
It was a Scion passive.
Yeah, unfortunately. And they did end up in the lower bracket, but game 1 was just utter dominance, right? So if they keep that trend up, this is a possibly 3-0 coming in from both ends of that lower bracket going into that lower bracket semis.
And I think it was a surprise yesterday to see that happen against Frank Esports. Deep Cross just showing up really well, and I think it would probably be a surprise as well. You know, a lot of us predicted PSG to win it, but I don't know about a 3-0 necessarily, as we will get underway in this bottom side. It's Pizza and Candy, quite a yummy bot lane, I think. Combination going back and forth and just chucking them at each other.
Yeah. The food delivery service here.
Hey man, it's been very valuable since the pandemic started.
That is
Always tip your delivery drivers.
very true. Does get
Although
a little bit
I wouldn't
rough
want a
going
cat on
out.
my pizza. That's not good.
Yeah,
we just talked about cat hair. We wouldn't want that.
Yeah, cat
No red
hair
alarms.
definitely can just get everywhere, right? Yeah, up in the top side, it's looking pretty
It's been a
good
long
for
week,
Hanabi.
hasn't it?
Oh man, this
I'm
is
losing my
the
mind.
fun part about not seeing Gangplank in a long time. You forget he can just non-stop press Q onto you, and you don't ever get to play the game. And
Yeah.
that's what it's looking like so far for Hanabi. Is he's already able to get a couple of these grass procs stacked up.
And the corrupting pot as well. I mean, like, Hanabi is just like, he does not care about the nurse. He does not care about the fact that we haven't really seen GP much in a while. He's like, all right, I'll take this matchup. This is fine. I know this one inside and out. And there's a reason that Hanabi always seems to return to form. You know, we've seen it at Worlds. We've seen it in this split now in playoffs. We were worried that with the nerf bat hitting a couple of his champs, with the fact that he's been playing a little more on weak side, it hasn't worked out well for him, that he might fall off. He was exploitable. Turns out to not be the case, as Bury, level 3 on the Poppy, sitting in mid lane, looking to get something back, as last game it was all Kongye showing up in the mid, who is now just getting a ward down as he clears for Scuttle. Going to be traded by the Poppy. Bury didn't find an opener as Uniboy pushed under tower.
And so far, the lines are looking fairly good from the early onset for PSG. Playing pretty far forward, able to get those resets, especially top lane. Getting that reset off as the game playing feels really, really nice. It makes you almost impervious to ganks. And even when a possible dive might happen, you're going to have Cannon Barrage, you're going to have the oranges to survive and really give yourself the opportunity to turn these fights. It's actually, Hanabi doesn't go for the recall. A little bit surprised.
Ooh. Yeah, here's the thing: if you're Kongye right now, like, you're still power farming to try and get yourself up to be able to throw out those glacial prisons. But the issue is, you need to focus on mid and bot lane because you're getting shoved in there. I don't think top lane's going to get a whole lot of help. Rock might be left on an island, and well, he might be sinking into the sea. Hanabi's already got the best of him once.
The big thing here for J-Team has just been, even though sometimes they've picked a couple of games where it should be top side focus, they've never been able to really execute around those conditions. So more likely than not, Rock indeed will be left on his own devices, and that is going to be another situation that Hanabi will thrive in when he does get to free scale into a game where he isn't expected to be put under pressure. He's able to scale up,
pressure,
participate in the team fights, and as we know, PSG, the highlight of the squad is team fight.
And those ricochets is really just starting to sting on Enzo a little bit, even early on. Yeah, Hanabi has definitely pulled a course correct when he's been given these champions that are able to thrive, and when he doesn't get put under pressure early on. And I think they just understand the way J-Team like to play is a little slower. Kongye will be making an appearance down bottom, but good tri-brush ward by Kaiwing means that this gets full spotted.
3 people.
Yeah,
Chilling
fine.
out
They
here,
turn it back
just trying
around.
to get the reset. This is
They're actually getting a lot of damage
they're-
out, and look
they
at
really want to
Bury.
reset that wave.
Oh, man. This feels
the
bad
worst
right
ball
now
world.
for J-Team. Bury gets the wall bang, finding extra return damage, and Kongye might have a level advantage, but he doesn't have much of a health bar left. And now the wave freeze is on. This is even worse for Lilby and Enzo.
So for the side of PSG, they should just go for the recall, allow this wave to sit there. They'll be able to return. Zeri, one of those champions that can't exactly shove the lane out very easily during the lane phase. Whereas on the flip side, if Sivir wants to crash a wave, she can just crash a wave. So all things going very, very well for the side of PSG to shut out Lil V and Enzo once more in this bot half.
Yeah, all according to plan at the moment. CS lead mounting here for Gory in the mid lane. Without any pressure facing him, he's been able to get an edge over Uniboy and push him out. Of course, both teleports down and expended in this one. He's going to get it back a little faster. Boy will. As the focus has still just been on these scuttles, the Dragon not really a heavy priority for either team early on right now, mostly because it's still only 7 minutes, and that is a Ocean Drake, unlike the last time when it was the first Infernal.
Yeah, Ocean Drake being the first Dragon will perhaps give J-Team a little bit more room to breathe, as it is a low priority Dragon. It looks like they're going to make a visit up in the top side.
All right, Rock looking to cut off a Nabi. Instantly, he knows what's up, and he puts down the cannon barrage. Might still die, eats an orange. I don't know if it's going to be K, though. And they're going to be able to take him down for first blood, but it did take a lot of time and effort. Here comes Bury, looking to try his luck and catch that wave.
Yeah, just here to catch the wave. Not going to be an issue for him. Actually looking to try and hold a freeze, which would be pretty nice. Gory getting chased on.
Charm, but really nice use of the Spirit Rush stolen away. Hits him with the surprise Teemo. So J-Team is showing they have some fight. Unified, bringing Kai Wing up here with Kauna's back.
Not level 6.
2v2 without level 6, that's going to be a little tough. Can't quite go hunting just yet, so he just sends the boomerang into Enzo's backside.
And we might see a revisit up in the top side once more.
Why not? Hanabi holds straight though.
Back top, yeah, and that's going to be the issue. They will be spotted on a ward, and it might just be an exchange of objectives for the side of PSG. Don't need to fight for this Rift Herald, especially with no one playing around that area, and given that you do have enchanters down in this bottom lane, especially the Yumi, the roam power might not quite be there, but Bury level 6. And it's only level 5 will be.
He gets the wall bang, gets that one knock up. Here comes Gory. They're going to pop that final chapter. 2 flashes. Lil V charmed, but does get away. Big expenditure of ultimates now. Here comes Kongye and Uniboy to cut this line off. They're going to go turn on to Bury. Let's see if they get that damage. Gory taking very, very low, and they bite off way more than they could chew. Uniboy getting the first kill onto Unified, and Gory falls not long after that. Bury now being chased down, even though he's got the count in his back. He can't quite speed boost up enough for Canny through those heals. Kongye on the chase, get the slow down.
It's not there.
Solo Bolo, and it's not enough, but still 2 kills on the Overforce. J-Team, they're the ones on the board this game.
They do manage to find a punish onto the dive attempts coming in from PSG. But you look at that bot lane situation, it's still not a good spot, because a Unified is up 20 CS, and the 2 assists are going to be critical for Lil V to get back into it. You know, you still will take those Summoner's Burn, right? Because you now have Summoner's advantage down in that bot side, but the return coming in from Kongye, from Uniboy, that's massive to just try and play around their win conditions. Get Uniboy and Kongye ahead, allowing them to continue playmaking here, and maybe that will make a difference coming in from game 1, where they had a couple advantages, they just weren't able to push those advantages. This time they'll get another go at it.
Yeah, build themselves up here. It is important to get those kills on the priority targets, and Uniboy with that one does manage to complete his Everfrost. Rock getting a push on into tower, hope to take a couple of plates for themselves. Last time they were just held to that measly 1 tower right at the end of the game. And certainly can only go up from there, as a 900 gold advantage currently sitting in favor of J-Team. Remember, they are still holding on to that Rift Herald. It was not opt. You have to think this is happening as Kongye has moved in. They're not even opting to crush the eye yet, as Hanabi's still sticking around. There it goes.
Now walking back up to the wave now, knowing that he has Bury coming in from behind.
A lot of tower shots.
Yeah, they won't be able to, break the tower, but at the very least, they do get a bunch more gold into Rock, and maybe he'll be able to leverage that extra gold into a 1v1. Although, that being said, it is still a Gangplank, and one of the big things Gangplank has is that passive gold generation from those last hits.
Very true. Kongye looking to come around the side, finds the Ice Ball on a prediction from Gory, who still gets out. Oh boy. Some fancy footwork right there.
Extra mobility, of course, coming in handy for Gory as he's able to stay safe.
And the Merc Treads.
Yeah, the Merc Tread's helping out considerably as well. It's helping. Still not a lot of tension onto the dragon. Even though it is up and available, it really just shows you, hey, when Ocean Dragon spawns, it's all about the fight. We're just going to look for fights rather than try and get this early Ocean, because Ocean, A, it hurts like a truck, and B, it doesn't give you a lot of stats in the game anymore.
It does give you a little bit more in the form of, well, I'll talk about that a little later. As Hanabi does go down, the tag team duo, Uniboy, thanks to their tower shot. Here comes Gory on the chase through. Charm does get dodged out. I think he's going to be able to get out fine. Yeah, I was going to say the one advantage of getting that Ocean is that you clear up the next dragon, but you can slow the game down if you don't take it. And I think that's perfectly fine for J-Team.
Yeah, and I think J-Team will be more comfortable with out that dragon being taken, because it does mean, okay, getting a little sneaky here. I think he spotted him out.
Yeah, he did.
Because it does mean that they're actually able to get to a late game point that they weren't able to get to before. And at the very least, like, hey, we get to see more minutes than or at least stand a better chance.
That was a pretty fast game last time. Yeah, like 31 minutes just about. So with this Ocean being relatively free on the map, PSG will finally clean it up. They have been held to 0 kills so far in this game, wanting to get back whatever they can for themselves. The bright spots, though, the top lane has been holding on. I don't know if that's going to last as Kongye makes another trip up to the top. Hanabi face checking nearly. Kongye chases him down. Even Uniboy's here. It's all about ganking Kongye, and whoo, tells him to cool off. These fireworks aren't popping off anytime soon, and that will be first brick as well as the 5th kill of the game going in favor of J-Team. A much better start for the squad.
And they're playing to topside. And also, big factor is they were able to find that kill, and in addition, able to steal away the Gangplank ult before finishing him off. So it means that this play down in the spot side is incredibly hard to just pull off because of the cannon barrage being able to clear out that wave.
Nicely done. Yeah, the Silas, you can see why the Prio has been well placed here, and nobody's defending tier 2. This is huge. Kongye and J-Team, they're going to finish it off as well. A big long lane that they just given themselves.
A lot of extra gold going into this Gnar. And that's real nice news for the side of J-Team. Out to a 4K gold lead. 14 minutes into the game is quite considerable. Will be sort of evened out down in the bottom lane. And Silver Yumi will still be an issue later on in the game. That won't change. And remember, for J-Team, this is a composition that's pretty dive heavy focus. So they will be running into that Yumi ultimate.
You're right. J-Team, they're not keen to let their advantages dry and wither right now. It's going to be another Herald start by them. Much better setups and much better map positioning, giving them the go-ahead for the objectives. PSG not going to fight it out. So another Herald falls to J-Team. Bury getting caught on a red buff contest.
Yeah, just trying to snag away any sort of gold he can get on the flip side, right? Where he knows, hey, Korea is on that top side objective, so let's just grab what we can down in this bottom side. Unfortunately, does get defended by Raw. And you can look at some of this ward coverage. It's a lot of wards coming out from the side of PSG, but the couple that they do have on the side of J-Team is in the spot where they're able to protect that top lane, side lane ward.
Absolutely. And Uniboy off to a great start himself in this game. Those 3 kills. Got a gold bounty already in this one. Has been able to do a lot of work with stolen ultimates. Even if he had fallen behind in lane, had been pushed in, he stayed alive. That's critical. Denying Gory the kills to succeed, even without a lot of less pressure than he had last time around from his jungler. Top focus working.
Next dragon is going to be the mountain. So in objective, both teams will look to try and get themselves as Gory
knocked into the wall, but Kongye around the backside. Gory gonna buy a little time for himself as the cannon barrage does come in to try and push this back. Gory stays alive. after that stopwatch pop.
Nice little defensive play coming in from Gory, being able to stay alive. Uniboy will be able to dash away. Now the situation resets. Second Rift Trail gets plopped down here, and that should be it. That will be the tower.
Really nice finish off, though. They actually keep that wave really pushed, and PSG managed to swing it. Hanabi uncontested takes the tower. Lilby doing a little bit of work in the mid, but that was a good PSG trade. Try and shave off that gold lead.
Yeah, able to get a little bit back for themselves. As Dragon is about to spawn in 1 minute. We'll see where the recalls come in if they do go for a recall. Yeah, we're going to see Hanabi start to make his way over. Has that last Whisper completed for himself. So trying to shred through a little bit of that armor. In addition to the armor penetration coming in from his barrels, perhaps that will soften up one of these top side targets who do have that armor already stacked up pretty heavily and make it in a good range for Unified to start cleaning up.
So far, though, PSG have not been able to find a kill in this game. Got themselves that first dragon, got themselves a tower, another one to answer. Uniboy with the stolen Spirit Rush, finding Hanabi. Chain lashes on, he dashes forward looking for those Kingslayers, and he just has so much damage. Hanabi having a hard time answering, but in the minion wave, he has quite a lot. Not enough, though. And without the cannon barrage, it was not a fair fight. J-Team not only cleaned that one up, they go ahead and take the Mountain Drake as well.
And that should have been an opportunity to try and go for a contest with the extra global power coming in from the Gangplank, but the Gangplank gets soloed out. That makes things all the more difficult as Gory gets stung up here once more.
The charm,
it's
though.
About the reinforcements.
Yeah, Unified and Kai Wing are cut off from Lil V and Enzo, but they managed to push them back all the same. Keeping that bot tower, that's been huge, but Hanabi has been pressured in this long lane without towers to fall back to. Uniboy has become an absolute terror on the side.
Uniboy will be the big problem for PSG to deal with going into this mid game. Already 2 items completed, has the Zhonya's Hourglass, so he can just jump in and provide a massive nuisance. Will also be able to buy time for his next cycle of cooldowns. So that will be the big numero uno problemo for the side of J-Team, or for the side of PSG's.
Yeah.
It's not like Hanabi's that far behind. It's just, if you can't win the 1v1 anymore against Silas, then
Kongye just stole away that red buff. Wow, that feels bad for PSG.
It's his jungle.
Didn't even have to smite it. Or I did the last second.
It is indeed his jungle, and Bury will have to make do with that ward. That is. Now it's a fight for the chickens.
He's not giving him anything right here. Unified is just trying to farm it up. But meanwhile, Rock's taking that bottom tower that had been well defended up until this point. Looking for the chase. Yeah, Kongye won't be able to be slowed down by that prowling projectile. Now the focus is on mid lane. J-Team look to open this map up. It is an Infernal Rift as well. Some dragons well worth fighting for, and PSG know they're going to have to get in there into the pit if they want to. Oh, big knockback on the Narf. Hanabi taking a little low, and Flash gets a lot of value. Wind up from Bury, but no pitch.
We'll hold on to the ultimate, which means it will be back up very, very shortly. But do PSG find a fight window? Do they even look to go for a fight is the real question, right? Because 2.5 minutes into the Dragon, there's not much to look for besides just a fight. Otherwise, it's just buying time, waiting for that next item to get completed here, as Gory will address that top wave. He will most likely be going towards that Zhonya's second as well. And really, for the side of PSG, the big ticket item is the Infinity Edge. Once you get the Infinity Edge completed by Unified, then these fights definitely change quite a bit.
Oh yeah, and you do see the buys starting to come through more and more for J-Team too. That Knight's Vow actually ends up being completed by Kongye. Just going ahead and getting the tether on to try and add some extra protection, presumably for Lil V, but I suppose it could always be for Uniboy.
It would be pretty cool to see it for Uniboy because of how much damage he is outputting right now. Lil V on at least 2 items now will start to add a little bit more punch. Still not quite to his own 3rd item, and unfortunately the drawback of an Infernal Rift, while it does give you more damage, does leave you with less terrain to hit those electroshock lasers.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit frustrating in that regard. Speaking of frustrating, I think
Hanabi
Hanabi just had a hard time. He's just had so much focus, so much pressure put on him. Konge has all day to sit there in that jungle. Lil V and Enzo can also join. Look at all the warding that's been done by J-Team through this decimated jungle on the Infernal Rift, looking to make sure PSG get absolutely no opportunity to sneak into the pit.
3.5k gold lead for the side of J-Team, but what we haven't seen yet is really an acceleration, right? Because it was 4k at 14 minutes. So, in fact, the gold lead has gotten smaller. So for the side of PSG, they've done a good job in being able to get 2 towers to their name and slow the game down, where this Sivir might be able to find that one big team fight, although she is going for the last Whisper item for perhaps a better power spike, knowing that she has to cut through this Gnar that's already built up a lot of armor, and the Sejuani, and the Sylas.
Yeah, I think that adaptation is not a bad one. The LDR already completed by Hanabi as well, and you can see him just cutting through the minion wave with those barrel pops. That's something that J-Team are going to have to respect as this game goes on. But they do get the free dragon. This is only their first Infernal, only their 2nd Drake total, so it is a while before we get into the Soul Point territory. And, well, that just goes to show that PSG taking that dragon certainly was well worth it.
The first dragon pickup is going to pay off just a little bit in this instance, but they still really do
not bad either.
Want to contest the next one, though, right? Because if you give over a mountain and 2 Infernos, that's a lot of stats packed into those 3 dragons. And even though you can just continue to buy time, unless you manage to flip the gold lead into your favor, it's a really negative stat fight taken for that soul contest.
Yeah, you don't want to put yourself too deep in the hole, and then you just lose no matter what you do. PSG certainly know this. Uniboy getting spotted by Burry there, but can't really do much about it. PSG, despite being held to 2 towers and no kills this game, they do have a game plan, and it is a late game win condition. They have the GP, they have the Sivir, they have the Yuumi. They can do a lot of chase down, and remember that Poppy utility is not at all dependent on the items. So they are playing a slower game as they are in the deficit. We will see if they can come back into it and play it out. J-Team have not been able to extend the gold lead, as you mentioned. It's only about 3.3k. It's in fact contracted a little bit. The Dragons, that's what they got going for them. The map control, that's what they got going for them. But they're not pulling the trigger on making any big plays right now. They're looking for the perfect setup. Look at Konge in the bush.
And the issue is they're just constantly sort of ping-ponging these waves, right? They're pushing it in without punishing PSG. Like, PSG aren't being punished for the fact that they're behind in gold, because J-Team keep giving them gold by just bouncing the wave back into it. They're not trying to deny any gold. Here is perhaps this might be the opportunity, having the stolen Ahri ultimate.
Okay.
That's onto it.
Glacial Prison hits Burry. It just doesn't really do much here, and that tool burnt means that they can't do much else. Now everybody from PSG has joined the fray into this ARAM, and neither team looking to fight, but that favors PSG talent.
Pyra, the Sejuani ultimates have not been good. When it's been for single target pickoffs, they've landed for the most part, but in these fights, it's not looked great at all.
Okay.
Uniboy, and here comes this trap, possibly being snapped.
It could be, but with the Poppycopter already used to knock at least one person
Mega
out of this one, with the Rock TP as Mega Gnar, and PSG respect it. They immediately back out. They give themselves the space to
Free cooldown.
dodge out the trap. And yeah, not a bad trade of things. Damage on the tower and the teleport from Rock in exchange for really nothing lost.
And you can see there, down in this bottom lane, these wave states are perfectly fine for the side of PSG too. So, once more, they're not getting denied gold. Yes, some of the EXP is a little bit rough, right? Bot lane or top lane with Rock and Hanabi. It is a level lead for this Gnar. It is a level lead for Konge over Bury. And it is level 16 onto Uniboy as well. So that is really the big power points. The fact that they have 16 on both Rock and Uniboy. Having access to that rank 3 ultimate might be enough oomph to put them over the top in this next fight. But if they don't pull the trigger fast enough, then, you know, level 16 starts taking over for the side of PSG as well. So already Gory, now level 3. It's not enough explosiveness coming in from the side of J-Team because the play they executed, they threw an ice bowl onto the tank. It's not a priority target. No one cares.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a head scratcher seeing Konge play this champion. I don't really think it favors him. It's good in the flexible sense that you can choose your top champion matchup a little more, but between Rock and Konge, I'd rather have the latter on a much more impactful champion. And now, timing window, okay, that wave gonna get shoved. Here comes Konge, but he's by himself for the time being until LV comes over. Smart Search instantly getting wall banged.
Okay.
And yeah, Furry is going to be able to stay alive. That is going to be the position set up, though, with 10 seconds on the Dragon, Nightstar. I think PSG might be feeling that they can fight this.
J-Team, though, they do have, I would say, item advantage in the 80 carry role because that's an Infinity Edge completed over just the LDR. So LDR will help cut through some of these frontline champions, but the Electroshock Laser, if it lands, is going to destroy targets on the side of PSG. That's going to be the extra move speed coming in. Bury charging up the ultimate.
They got Bury on this one. Do they have him out of this? No! The final chapter going to get spent here, and it's going to come down to the spite fight 50-50. It gets taken by PSG. Now they just got to get out of there in time. Gory taking the express route over the wall, still staying alive, but Bury falls.
Okay,
Lil V with the flash forward, getting the double kill. Rock tries for the big Gnar, doesn't find enough, and PSG just need to move out of there. Maybe they can get the kills back. Unified. Ollie walked away on the chase, on the run, but look at all the damage he's dishing with the pizzas. And I think he might just get out of this one as he keeps him at arm's length, buying so much time with the boomerangs, and he's got himself the blast cone. I don't know if he's getting away here, Nightstar, but look at this long engage as they keep it going. They can't believe it. They do it. And now the barrel chain. They can take Uniboy down. That's huge. Shutdown goal. PSG. They're back in the game. They're back on the money.
I love me some cat.
And you got to. That move speed, dude. He didn't even have to pop on the hunt.
Oh,
woo.
Man.
Oh my word. Is this Baron time?
It's such a powerful pick. And J-Team, they don't have the means to punish this pick. Because for the side of PSG, they just immediately turn on the Baron. The recalls were there, but now Lil V is back. This will be a full contest.
Doesn't have Mega. Let's see if they turn the fight. That Baron a little bit low right now. Is they going to go back to it before it resets? Rock is the only one that Mega's about to come through, but I think they get this one. Here we go. Bury going to be the isolated target. Left for dead. It doesn't matter, though, as they take Baron off the board. They cut into the Drake stack. PSG was previously held to no kills, but they cut into that gold lead even further and removed 2 objectives off the Rift.
It just took 1 kill. That's it. And all of a sudden, they have a Baron. This gold lead that was at 4K at 14 minutes. Or it was like 12 minutes. It's now half. The side of J-Team have just not done enough in this game so far. We get to see the replay. Like, I love the chase coming in from Lil V, knowing that he is so strong. Goes over the wall, gets himself 2 kills. They find a stun onto Unify, but not enough damage coming in from Lil V. His health bar not quite
fast that cupcake
high enough to be able to stick onto the target to finish that kill, and then it was just ensuing chase onto a very fast pizza deliverer and a cat. A Rock even forced to burn the teleport. that's also impactful because now you have a TP advantage, even though PSG might not know it.
And Unified's starting to hit hard. Look at Lil V's health bar just melting here. On the ricochets, those barrel pops. Here's the TP flank. They're going to go for this one as Boy looks for this right now. However, they turn their attention onto him. The final chapter popped. Bury looking to join the fray. Oh, not going to get that windup as he doesn't have the ultimate available, but the scatter from PSG, it works. They get out. They don't lose a man.
Oh my god, that was such a scattered fight, but PSG managed to get out alive, and now Bury get cut off here. Lil V trying to heal off of this objective. Bury gets chunked out. Okay.
Oh boy.
Enzo gets the blue buff.
Did Enzo get it? Okay, yeah. It looks like for a second Bury got that one down. Unified does go back to base, completes his 4th item. That's the eye edge.
Yes.
And that should start to make a bit of the difference. He's actually the first to 4 items.
First to 4 items did bypass completing the boots. Tier 2 boots. But because he has the magical boots, it's going to be more than enough move speed, right? Because you also have the Yumi on top.
The Yumi. That's the thing. Little things you don't often think about is you don't actually have to go for your boot upgrade, and you're still that fast.
Yeah.
So
you have the ultimate,
Unified.
so it's definitely not an issue. And for Lil V, he is very close to his GA. I expect that's why he is channeling his recall. Should have that completed for him, and that will be a big cooldown because it will allow him to jump forward and also have the ability to reset after he comes out of GA state.
But right now, the way the 5v5s are going are favoring PSG, right? Not just because they managed to get the Dragon takeaway, because they can set up on the set plays. They have the inside track on the Baron, and Rock has been building for side lane. And now they get the catch off onto Kongye, forced to flash out as they burn a fair number of ultimates in that without getting a kill. Nonetheless, PSG with 20 seconds on the Dragon might be able to start this one up without a whole lot of answer from J-Team. The waves just completely crashed in.
They're going to have positioning advantage here, and they're setting up for the death push for J-Team. They do spot it out. It's just...
Here comes Kongye. Look at the flank. He's spotted.
Gonna go straight
he knows. Yeah, here comes Bury on the flash. They're gonna look to cut down the smite into the wall bang. He buys a little time for himself with that stopwatch. However, he's not all that tanky. Rejoining the team on the redemption. Finally goes down. Shutdown gold falls into the Yumi's pocket. And here we go. Gory dashing, diving, dodging, but not long enough. Goes for a stopwatch himself.
They can't
protect him. That's gonna be 1-for-1 on the engage. Flashing over the pit is gonna be Hanabi here as the chase is on. I think they've got him down. Lil V with the chase down. They find what they needed. J-Team right back into this one.
And the claps coming in from J-Team when these fight formations do sort of go to a bit of a mess. That really changes the scope of it as Unified does get caught out. He should go down, but it's a Yumi.
He should. This would be one heck of an escape.
A Yumi, it's a Sivir. They do
He doesn't actually have it on the hunt yet. No, there we go. That was a clutch cutoff, and J-Team right back on top of it now. Speedy themselves.
35 minutes. These are lengthy death timers, so they could potentially get an inhib tower. They've got a big wave coming in towards this bot side.
Gory's up. Hanabi's about to be. This is at least 2 towers, you have to think. But J-Team are going to settle for 1.
Yeah, it's just going to be
Let's take a look at that fight again. This was actually a good catch onto Kongye, but he buys enough time for himself to allow the team to arrive, and once Gory's out, that's a value play.
Miss barrel chain coming in from Hanabi might have been able to chunk out these targets to make this fight winnable for the side of PSG, but unfortunately, the barrel doesn't connect. As a result, J-Team have very, very full HP bars to continue chasing. And Zeri, when you have no front to back, then she can just chase whichever target she wants. So that was a little bit unfortunate for them. And Lil V coming over the wall and the zap. That was clutch.
Yeah, it was. They knew that's where they had to be. At the moment, they just needed to cover the distance. Those chains didn't quite last long enough, and now we are back into live. You can see in the picture-in-picture as the theater of battle shifts over towards the Baron, about to spawn. PSG significantly weakened after that last one by comparison. Nonetheless, they have all their tools to fight this. We want to go for a straight up flip.
I do believe they are going to have to look for a
Bolo.
fight.
Gory, there's going to be that cannon barrage though from
Good turn.
Hanabi. They look to cut off Rock as Mega's about to pop. However, he hop skips, jumps away. There goes. That's the reset. A lot of utilities, a lot of ultimates burn. The Baron is peeled off.
For PSG, these short skirmishes are going to work in their favor because they're the ones with a Yumi. They've got heal, they've got sustain. They can reset the fights. Now, okay, big laser does come through.
That's a lot of choke point damage. Yeah, here we go. Let's see if the chase down can come off. On the hunt, not available, but they can keep that wave pushed and trying to keep him at arm's length here. This is something PSG had a comp built well for, but Lil V, he's hunting for kills himself.
Now, looks like without any dragon pressure coming on here, they can just hover top half of the map. Now engage.
Back.
Lil V.
There's the lightning crash. They're going to be able to find
That's
Burry
pick up.
before anything else happens. That should be the fight. One kill turning into more. You have to think after this one as the Soul and Cannon
Great
Barrage
ultimate.
comes through to try and keep them slowed down. Uni Boy on the front line. Gory a little low as he's trying to get away, isolated from the rest of the team. Blast Cone to rejoin them here, but with that numbers disadvantage, without the smite, this is the safest Baron that J-Team could take. They're not going to be able to get it cleanly just yet,
Or he has
though.
TP.
Unified keeping them isolated. Or he can come back with the teleport play. And Barrage on that one. Lil V taken low, but here comes the Mignar. Oh, spell shielded away.
Now
and the
turn.
cleanse comes through.
Gory's
They find a lot of
here.
damage. Here's Gory on the flank. They find Kongye. Can't take him down. Gory
Ganya's-
is going
they
to
can
go
protect him.
golden. Not going to go down here. The protection was just too good. Uniboy Lil V a little bit low, but without anybody
Situation
going down,
turns.
PSG, they're going to go back to the Baron anyways.
Boy does have this teleport. But with these
back.
recalls being channeled, it's going to be a two-man contest. Burry is on the way. He will be here for his team to help escort them out if the need be. But it will be a free Baron, well fought out from the side of PSG. In the end, that's more
free
gold
nominally.
coming
They have
back
to pay up front.
somehow. They've been the ones to get both Barons here so far in this game. It is 30 seconds until the Infernal Soul, though, and for J-Team, they are going to have initial positioning around the river area, but with the extra Baron stats, it helps even up the gold deficit.
This game has gotten so incredibly close, despite
PSG only
JT
have 2
being in the gold
kills.
lead. They only have 2 kills, I know, and they've just been so good at farming it up, and well, you've got a Sivir late game win condition, you've got a Gangplank late game, who's 4 items as well, and you know, Burry getting caught and blown up, that certainly hurts. Nonetheless,
Double IEs completed for the
set
side
up
of
around
PSG.
this Dragon. That's Soul. You have to fight this one out. J-Team gonna start it here. Cannon Barrage primed and ready for Hanabi.
All
Rock
cooldowns
nearly has the
available.
Narbar. Is this really gonna come down to a flip?
This is it.
the windup.
Pyra.
Oh, he's got Kongi out of there. They immediately turn, and that's going to be the takedown as they keep them out of the pit,
Now they're
courtesy of the Cannon Barrage. And look at the top side. The Winions are doing work, but PSG, they're okay with that. They're okay with that. It's a 40-minute game. They're still alive, and they are on Soul Point.
And once more, J-Team concede yet another objective. This one, you know, this was due to the hard work coming in from Burry, though. Getting a nice ejection onto the J-Team jungler. Removes the smite out of the picture. They immediately turn, even though the dragon did reset and maybe put a bit of a heart attack into PSG fans. Still ends up getting secured by the last boomerang. So
Yeah, the decisiveness was huge.
Yes.
There, the moment that Konge is out, the game plan already well coordinated and communicated, and they're just onto the dragon. J-Team know they can't contest, so now it's gonna come down to the final Infernal. Start the timer. 4 minutes and counting. Nightstar.
Yeah, this game
How
most likely
has this come so close?
This game most likely won't end with Infernal Soul taken. It'll just come down to the fight, right?
Yeah.
And whichever
It'll be the
team
fight over that.
wins the fight, because it is 42 minutes into the game, these death timers it will be so long. Like, you'll just be able to walk into the base. Unless if you're stuck fighting against supers and your wave isn't close to touching any of these towers. But
nobody's broken any bases just yet, though.
Yep. And Unify now at a full 6 items. The only thing left is to exchange those boots, and on the flip side, the same goes for Lil V.
He's gone for a more defensive build, though, of course. The Guardian Angel and Mercurial Scimitar. So he's going to be able to tank up a death and some CC. Rock, of course, you know, the way he built out that Hull Breaker would rather be on the side lanes. Hasn't been able to do it for a while as PSG have drawn all the gravity here. That's a lightning crash. They get the sun up and Bury. Big steadfast presence, and look at the rock chase down the side. He's forced to flash away.
Wait, ejection!
They look for Uniboy, and they get the charm out on to Rock. He goes Mega, and that's going to be the turn. Once again, another cannon barrage lands, courtesy of Uniboy, but the barrel chains are too huge. The fight ends indecisively, but PSG reset, and it's J-Team. They're scattered right now.
They have the Yumi. They can reset the situation, and it favors them because they have all this regen. They have the oranges coming in from Hanabi, right? And with the Yumi means that when the fight doesn't get fully committed to, PSG will almost always come out on top. And the only difference between these two teams when it comes to stats is really just, on the one hand, you have a little bit more durability with the Mountain Dragon, and on the other side, it's just a tiny bit of sustain. Really, none of these secondary tricks are going to matter because the Inferno, with how much damage it's adding to both these teams, will sort of invalidate.
PSG, after getting so far down in the game, bring it back slowly but surely. And we've had such a longer game. It was 31 minutes or just shy of it last time around. We're now about to hit 44.
And it's sort of the difference in how PSG and J-Team do execute. Against these top teams, J-Team have struggled to close out games. And that was, of course, the narrative going into the MFT series. Like, hey, right? It should just be MFT getting raffle stomped, and when they weren't able to close out fast enough in game number 1, there were concerns.
Barrel chain.
It is on Takomi, right?
He tanks it well.
He
Yeah, he's all right.
is beefy.
They're setting up the death brush. They're setting up the death brushes, and
45
they can
seconds.
choose.
And for the
45
Dragon.
seconds on the Dragon, 30
There's
on
the
the Baron, but it's definitely going to be that Drake is the focus. PSG have the inside track. Look at Hanabi. He's
could collapse.
isolated, just looking, barrel fishing at this point. So is Unified. Oh, it could be turned around. Nope, he's able to get back to safety. Stolen on the hunt.
Stolen.
J-Team would like to collapse on this one. Keep your eye on that timer. 20 seconds.
There we
There's the
go.
on the hunt bopped, and that best presence immediately. They stuff Kongye. Let's see, lightning crash ejected from the fight, looking for the chase down as the cannon barrage comes through. Charm doesn't land. That's the reset.
Situation reset.
Seconds.
Position still
Dragon
favorable
back
for
in Uni
PSG.
Boy. He's going to be able to teleport in. Gory a little bit low, but the honey fruit will help.
Dragon now live. Teleport
the
coming
TP
in.
on the minion. PSG, they're going to pull this one out.
Rock almost mega.
Rock nearly has that Narbar built up. If this comes down to the flip,
Burger flip.
it would be something else, but it looks like it's taken by J-Team. They were in the picture fast, and PSG immediately realized they've got to go for Baron now.
They are turning straight for the Baron buff, and it's recalls coming in from J-Team. They're trying to go for the base, but they have no way to stop the backs coming in from PSG, so PSG will be able to get the Baron and be able to use the Baron-powered recalls to alleviate any pressure coming into the base, and that is why J-Team, they just full set themselves onto that recall, while J-Team do well in getting themselves the objective. PSG also responding kind by being able to secure themselves the Baron buff, the extra gold, to try and finish out the rest of their build.
There is no panic, there is no delay when PSG lose out on a play. They just go immediately, turn for the Baron, and J-Team a little indecisive. They try to start pushing, they realize they can't do it, they back off. So J-Team, still a win. They clear away the last of the Infernals. They get the soul. That is a massive boost to them. But as you said, they've struggled to close these games out. And with the Baron buff, it's going to be a little harder to siege up.
Pyre, this is looking like we're going to 8 dragons. It's going to come down to
I
an
think it's possible.
elder burger flip before
Watch
any of
Kanye.
these teams do commit. Lil V, even though he is full build and with the GA, he does get shredded very, very quickly.
It's a long fight. The barrel chain coming through doesn't go where they wanted it.
Remember,
They
it's a
find Rock though.
Yumi!
Miganar, it's not there. The chase on. Rock,
It's
he's
a
not got any bar, and he's
Yumi!
going absolutely nowhere into the resurrection, but that's only going to buy him a few seconds of time. The final chapter not even needed. And J-Team get chased out. Now the
getting
siege
zoned off with
goes.
their
Birdie
base.
trying to stop the backs. They've got the
Stop
push.
the
They've got
board.
the siege. Nightstar, PSG are going for gold here as they take down
Stop
the
the
inhibitor.
board.
They force them the long way. Bury just keeps them locked up. And they're on the Nexus turrets. They're on the Nexus. J-Team can't stop it. PSG going to match point.
PSG daylight robbery straight through the front door, and they take game number 2 as J-Team are at a complete loss of words.
Absolutely stunned. They played that game in full control. They didn't even lose the fights. They got the soul. And yet they still lost the game.
And once more, J-Team, it's just a difference of planning. It felt like every single time they knew what step 1 was, but they didn't have the rest of the steps lined up, right? In game number 1, it was, hey, we want this dragon. But what do we do if PSG come across and contest it? Well, I don't know. We'll just give it to them, I guess. And that was the case here. They continue to give up objectives over to the side of PSG, even though they had gold leads, right? They had such a massive gold lead at 12 minutes. And then you go 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. That gold lead pretty much stayed the same. That allowed PSG the airspace to continue to come in with their multi-layered plans. And unfortunately for J-Team, they once more give up the most important objective, the Nexus.
Yeah, they weren't able to back away, and just that late game, never putting the game away and not pushing their advantage. PSG were still measured, but they were able to take whatever they could off the map. They had been held back from kills. They had been held back from heralds, and then they managed to grab themselves barons. They get dragons back, even in these flips. And you could see, like, we don't often see these situations where it comes down to a dragon flip. I'm not just talking about on the soul point. I'm talking about just in general. It's usually like some team wins a fight and takes the dragon. No. J-Team, even then, they don't want to full commit. They don't want to pull the trigger. And I think that is the problem that this team is running into. You're right. They have step 1, but they don't have steps 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or anything past that.
Yeah,
and they need to develop it more.
Yeah, they only have step 1 and they only have plan A, right? There's no fallback alternative option. It's just, oh, we lost it. I guess we recall.
Yeah.
And it was just, you have to be critical of the game planning coming in from the coaching staff, not having their players prepared for these situations, because these are routine situations, right? You practice these in scrims. All right, they take the objective. Now what do we do, right? It's not uncommon, right?
But J-Team do seem to struggle a lot when it comes to pushing the leads, going the extra mile. Like, they did a great job at shutting down PSG in the early game and punishing some over aggressions, but it just didn't matter at the end because PSG weren't closed out of the game completely. The door didn't shut on them, and they had a scaling composition. They had the Sivir Yumi. Some brilliant individual play, I have to say, from the PSG bot lane. They definitely have stepped it up. I know we criticized them coming into today because compared to Lil V and Enzo, they had been looking worse, but that was great. And this was what we wanted to see. We keep talking of Yumi as a great champion for Enchanter players to go for, and that's exactly why, because it just makes your team so much more capable of doing stuff like that.
And then when you look at other regions, this is like first pick priority. You just go B1 Yumi so many times. And
this was the overchase, by the way.
Yeah.
This was actually a great punish from J-Team.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
they
got there so
they
fast.
had
They
so
burned all
many
the suns.
punishes, right? where because remember, J Team got so many kills. You look at the kill score. I believe PSG finished the game with only 3 kills.
Which that's got to be some kind of PCS record.
It was absurd to see, like, you press tab and you're looking up and down. J Team by all means should have just steamrolled this game, and yet time after time they just stalled out, and it wasn't like lava, right, where eventually once it touches you, you're dead. It was molasses. You're staring at this sludge coming towards you, and you're like, well, it's not toxic, I don't really care, come at me,
and then
bro.
Before you know it, you're just covered up. Yeah. The shutdown, this pretty much was the beginning of the end, because the death timer was so long. They had a numbers advantage. J Team, even then, don't defend their base. They don't turn back in because they know they'll probably lose out the fight. Bury just keeps everybody stiff-armed, and the siege is huge at this point. You got Baron, and you've got like 500 CS win condition Sivir. So the game is literally just over.
Yeah.
You do not have to take the fight.
It was a bizarre situation. And for J Team fans, I'm sorry, because I know you guys were hoping for more out of your team. I know you had them picked to win the whole thing. I just never had confidence for them to pull it off.
Yeah, look, I think the issue that J Team are running into, that I was really hoping they were going to move beyond, was this slow to adapt, slow to work outside of Plan A tendency, because they have incredibly skilled players, and I think that's why it is so frustrating to see this happen. That they just give it up a little bit, and the game went on so long, and here you go. I mean, it was a gold lead for the vast majority of it in favor of J Team. It was a dragon lead in the vast majority of it, but they never stopped PSG from being competitive, and they really needed to shut the door between that 25 and 35 minute, when the gold lead was actually not even that high, because the scaling hadn't kicked in yet. And by the end of the game, look at the Sivir damage. That's disgusting.
Yeah, at 14 minutes, they peaked in gold and held that for 20 minutes. It was the same for 20 whole minutes, and that is just such an egregious mistake coming in for J Team, because it's not like they had the scaling advantage, right? For PSG, they were fine continuing to scale up, and that's why, even though they were at a gold deficit, they managed to win the game. They got themselves 3 Barons. For heaven's sake.
Bury
gets the MVP because he got those key ejections around the dragon. He also secured 3 Barons for them, and at the very end, he stopped the ports.
That he did. He played out the utility, showing why the Poppy honestly should be heavily contested, even though it hasn't been in this series. Been let through twice. Bury picks it up in game 2 to great effect, and what a strange turn of events. And it just feels like J Team, it's like they're allergic to pushing the enemy in. And PSG know how to take full advantage of that. When they're given free objectives, they're able to do it. Yeah, look at that. 50% kill participation. He was involved in a grand total of 2 kills. There were 4 in total this game for PSG, and they still got that win. I mean, kudos to them for holding on, but I think J Team, this has to be a wake-up call, as they are now down 0-2 and on the verge of getting knocked out in a clean sweep.
Backs against the wall, they need to find more, they need to resolve their in-game issues, because I look at these drafts are terrible. They're not absolutely one-sided. You even say in game 1, they had the draft advantage. They just can't manage to do anything in game with those.
Well, we will see if they can pick it back up, or are we on our way to a PSG clean sweep? Well, let's find out after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
I give you everything that I have, but it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs. My goodness, we have had quite the night already, and we're only 2 games in. We'll have to see if this is going to be a clean sweep for PSG or if J-Team can come thundering back. But before we do, I want to shout out our sponsors one more time, CTBC Bank and China Airlines. Thank you for being by our side and flying high with us here for this postseason. Now, as we look to send a couple of teams off to the World Championship, Nightstar, well, one of these teams could be it, but the way J-Team are playing, it does seem like they could be on the verge of getting knocked out here. PSG stole that game away from them, as you called it, daylight robbery. And off the back of some pretty incredible performances with Burry on that Poppy, I feel like that has to be a contested pick in this game 3.
They weren't sneaky about it either, right? It was just absolutely ignored in both games 1 and 2, this Poppy pick. And for PSG, the daylight robbery thing, they literally walked through the front door of their house, took the 87-inch screen TV, and walked out.
Is that what a Nexus is? It costs 50 gold?
Like,
oh man, yeah, they just let it happen, and it was 4 kills that game for PSG, and they still won it. Now, it did take 48 minutes. It was a completely different game than game number 1, which was PSG in full control. But the difference is in the execution, is coming down to it, knowing what to do with the advantages, the lead you have. What happens if you don't get the objective to turn? PSG are just so much more decisive, and that has been the starkest difference between these two teams. J-Team, strong individual performers, but they have looked lost when it comes to the chaos. Maybe they can course correct in this game. They've chosen red side. They've mixed it up for game number 3, but they're going to have to do something different. Now, the drafts haven't really been an issue, as you've called out. What would you change here, though, in the draft phase if you are J-Team?
If you're going back over to red side, it really just comes down to being able to get 2 power picks in exchange for 1. So I think they will drop the Silas ban yet again and just go for the Ahri Silas exchange this time around. And the key thing will be, what do we do about this Poppy that was left completely unattended in game number 1? In game number 2, it absolutely did an absolute number to J-Team, preventing them from actually being able to stick to these fights. And now in game number 3, J-Team, they will go ahead, double ban mid lane once again, so repeating their game 1 approach. But if Poppy comes through for PSG and you lock in an Ahri pick, Ahri also not exactly one of those champs that does well into a Poppy either.
That's true. I do like the Nautilus ban away, although we have seen the success of the Enchanter picks, and Nabi having a great old time here. Had a solid game, even though he was ganked a number of times. The focus was on him. He still had that late game gangplank impact, and well, we'll see what the first pickup is going to be. The Ahri could be the choice. PSG taking their time around. Actually, we're right back to the cat. Nope. Oh, we got baited. Cat swap for Fox. All right. It's going to be gory on the Ahri after all.
Does offer the side of J-Team the ability to go ahead, lock away Zeri, Yuumi, or Sivir Yuumi themselves, but they actually pivot over to the Wukong, so taking the team fight.
I like this.
Does offer Zeri Yuumi, though.
That's true. But in the hands of Kongye, I think a Wukong can be very, very powerful. This is one just a little bit slow. I like that they've used the flexibility, but it just feels like it's not putting Kongye on a champion that he can really find a massive amount of success on. So I think this changes things a bit. Zeri does get locked in. We'll see if the Yuumi comes through. It's been flashed already.
And if it does get given over to J-Team, I feel like J-Team should lock it in because the Wukong Yuumi is very, very powerful too. For PSG, they could respond with a Poppy, right? That could be the answer, right? Because if you get on top of that Yuumi target and Yuumi tries to get off, well, then you will get locked down. But in the end, PSG acknowledged this Yumi champion kind of good.
For J-Team. Something has been let through a number of times. Is that Talia just gets hovered for a sec, but at the end, it's going to be the bot lane fleshed out. Enzo goes back onto the Lulu, so Sivir Lulu, and some Chanters both ways, and now the Poppy does get banned, finally, by J-Team.
Ban away the Poppy, just a matter of what do they ban away after that. PSG have gone towards the Xin, right? Another strong team fighter.
Trundle could come through. I think the Zin's more likely given this, though. It's kind of, they want to go in. They want a speed boost. I think the Trundle might be better if they face off against, some bigger stat sticks. It just depends on what Rock goes, but he's got counter.
And given J-Team playing 2 games of Sejuani, maybe they, if the Sejuani does come through on R4, you'll immediately look to opt for the Trundle pick, as it will be Poppy and Ornn removed. And this is really leaning towards just the lock-in of the Sejuani.
I think you might be right. Slower draft, teams taking their time.
This is J-Team's tournament life on the line, so you can understand why they are being a little bit slow on the uptake and deciding this 4th pick, which will end up being Renekton. I don't mind the Renekton. They are going to sort of leave it on the island, but remember, PSG very familiar with leaving Hanabi on the island, and they could go for the Gnar, who will have that range advantage.
I think the Gnar does make a lot of sense. It's kind of one of Hanabi's favored matchups there, as he does lock it in, gives him some situational tankiness as well.
Gnar Trundle pretty strong because the extra terrain, will mitigate the move speed coming in from a Sivir, right?
They could take
if you
that
just block off
themselves.
A choke point, you can't run through terrain.
All right. What's it gonna be? Freljord either way.
Both will serve their purpose.
Yeah, it's the Trundle. A little more comfortable for Burry. He's going to get that lock in now. The only question remaining is, what is Uniboy doing? Ooh, do we see a bit of a flex up? Oh,
okay.
What do you got, Uniboy? What do you got?
Does look like they are diving into a couple of options here.
Blanc would be a little more conventional.
If they go for a LeBlanc, that would go into the mid lane, but if they were going for something like the Kiana, then you'd be looking at something very interesting, because that would have been a full AD composition, but it will be the LeBlanc coming in, try and put some kill threat in this mid lane, already rocking an Ignite, and this is the approach that J-Team, they do need to go all out, right? Tournament lives on the line. This is the world's, not in a world spot,
but the potential to still compete for it.
Yes, the opportunity to even look at a world spot is on.
We are in the lower bracket quarters at the moment. The team that wins this goes on to face Deep Cross Gaming, who did 3-0 Frank Esports yesterday. But at the same time, yeah, you don't want to go out early. Neither of these teams would like to. They've both gone farther in the spring split, and they find themselves in this tough position. But if you're PSG, not only do you like it better because you're currently 2 games up, but because the way you got here was by losing out to CFO in a 5-game slobber knocker. J-Team, they go down early on in an upset to Beyond Gaming. Then they turn it around and crush Meta Falcon team, but that's expected. You have to do that.
Yeah.
And here they are against PSG, on the verge of getting swept themselves.
J-Team have struggled mightily against all the other teams in the top 6. So them perhaps tripping at the final hurdle, definitely
struggles
a lot to think about in the offseason if it does end up concluding in a 3-0 loss.
Some things about this draft, though, that are going to give some pause, I think, for PSG is one, Kongye on a much more active early playmaking champion. You don't have to have that Cyclone to still make Wukong count. It's one of the reasons he's been so popular, even if he's fallen off a little bit.
And he can carry.
He can carry. That's the critical thing, right? You have the opportunity to do exactly that. And I think, in addition, you look at down the line. Your top lane, unless you give it some help, it might be in trouble, but you can give it some help there. The LeBlanc in the mid, you're going to rely on Uniboy to try and get some skill matchup going. And Lilvi should be able to shove in Unified, but the question is going to be like, how well can they build the advantages and then go from there to turn it into map control? Because they ceded so much ground after getting it early last time. I do worry, but we will see if things change. J-Team have to know. Tournament's on the line here. Their season is on the line. If they want a shot at the playoffs further on, if they want a shot at Worlds, PSG, looking comfortable. They got 2 games banked up. One of them, they totally stole away, but hey, you know what? When it's gifted to you, you take it.
Came on a silver platter.
Yeah,
they went ahead.
It was still tough to chew through. They had to go 48 minutes to come back, and look at the start. Unified Kaiwing already bullying Enzo.
Not what you would expect, right? Coming in from a Yumi lane, but it is level 1, so auto attacks do play a pretty good role. And yeah, they're just taking these really nice auto trades. Getting the zone off the minions is even more impactful because that will delay the level 2. Hongre going from buff to buff. Maybe we end up seeing a level 3 gank. That would be a much needed change in approach as they look to shift their attention from the mid lane over to the bot lane.
I'd like to see that. It definitely is Kongye special as well. And with the cat on, Prowling Projectile, they hit the level 2 earlier, finding the damage. And yeah, Unified and Kaiwing have definitely stepped it up in this series. I got to give them credit on that one. I love to see this Yumi in Kaiwing's hands because we've talked about tank supports and engage supports and how that has given him a boost. But he has been known as an enchanter player in his career. And things like the Bard were a big play. But I love this Yumi. And it was just a wonder why it took so long for them to start playing it. They just stepped a little too far forward, but they're still able to get out safely enough.
Yeah, now Korra is moving his way back top lane, so we won't see any early action from this Wukong into the bot side. And okay, this is
as you said,
pathing.
He's on Crab at the moment, but we could be in for the jungle 3v3.
Yeah, he comes.
Okay.
He goes buff to buff, starts heading him back up to the top side. Then he decides to come back into that bottom half. And that's a lot of time burned out. However, he might be given the double crab as compensation, and if he's able to do that, that does remedy some of the stranger decisions that has been happening apparently this entire split or series.
Yeah, it definitely has been a little strange. Hanabi outlasting the initial burst of damage from Rock, building up that Gnar bar, checking in on the top. This is a matchup that Hanabi knows incredibly well. Rock should as well. A lot of experience on both top sides. Ooh, Ori, he's chunked out. Didn't see what happened there. He zoned that tower, going to have to back away and spend that recall. He even burned Flash earlier, didn't catch it. But Uniboy didn't even use his own summoners.
Yeah, Uniboy now, of course, with the extra ignite pressure, maybe this is that 1v9 opportunity that Uniboy could take. Wasn't able to quite pull it off with the Silas, even though he definitely had a very, very good start to the game. In fact, you might even say he had a great start in in both of the games, right? Because there were a bunch of ganks coming into the mid lane in game number 1 that paid off. Unfortunately, on the Swain, unable to just force 1v1 kills. Much more of a team fight player, and while he did play these team fights relatively well, it just wasn't enough to compensate for everyone else.
I think it's been fair to say that of all the J team members, Uniboy has had the best performance thus far. Part of the issue is, you know, game 1, Lil V just never got to scale. Rock kind of wasn't able to play out the matchup as well as he could. Game 2, Rock looked better because they had a lot of pressure from the jungle. Uniboy was still playing even better than Gory without that pressure. And Lil V did okay in the lane phase, and they were actually able to stay alive despite the pressure that was being put on them. But yeah, overall, individually, Uniboy's done solidly. It's just League of Legends is a team game. Here we go.
Okay, there we go.
Chains missed.
And
That actually ends very abruptly.
because the chains didn't land, no kill comes through, but a scenario where the chains do land, that would have been a kill because Gory not level 6 until now, and without flash. So with the chain landing and the ignite, just a little more damage from Kongre would have been more than enough to finish that one off.
Starting to see the level 6s come through. Kongre spotted on the Scryer's Bloom, actually, and hitting level 5 compared to Burry's 4. Keep in mind, the Dragon starting off is Action Infernal. Pretty hefty to fight over as well. Burry looking to go for some counter jungling of his own. Throws up the pillar, try and contest on the Gromp. Could come down to a smite fight, but Kongre with the level advantage should be able to get that one, and he does.
Nice little take there, secure that little chunk of gold for himself. However, for PSG, everything's under control. You have bot lane being able to shove in, get a reset, top lane able to get a free reset as well.
Mid lane stabilized, despite the flash loss. Yeah, I mean, this PSG feeling happy. It's a slim gold lead, obviously, but it feels like if J-Team aren't able to make a play, they don't force it. PSG know exactly what happens next, and they're comfortable with it. I mean, and that is the issue, right? If you're predictable, well, then you're easy to outplay and outmaneuver. J-Team are going to have to mix it up here.
I think, like, for PSG, they don't need to do anything in this early game because they just played game 2, right? Where, hey, we were behind a bunch of gold. J-Team, they were ahead. They just didn't know what to do with it. So we'll see if that happens again. Like, we don't necessarily need to change our game script because we're already up 2-0. We have that extra leeway in this game number 3. So onus is all on to J-Team to show us something different, and this could be it.
Ooh, Flash Dominus into the Cyclone, even though he hops to relative safety. Can't quite get there in time. Rock burned all of his tools to get it, but he got first blood for himself.
First blood obtains. Really, really nice there up in the top side. As they do expend double ultimates to do so.
Ooh, into level 6 Lightning Crash. They do have that advantage. The final chapter is going to be dodged a little bit. Taking quite low. The flash forward. Whoa, the 2v2 kill unified.
No way.
Stepping it up. That was brilliant. Meanwhile, on the Herald, all of a sudden, this game's starting to get a little spicy.
And this is sort of why we haven't seen J-Team play towards topside, because Lil V, Enzo haven't quite been able to hold up their end of the bargain. And now this is a very top-heavy draft for the side of J-Team, so they need to win this 3v3.
Okay, Burry, the chains are on him, actually taken quite low in this, but the Orb Deception does the same thing as well. Uniboy zoned out. Here comes Kongye into the back. Will be able to get that deletion off as they tag their way through, but another charm into the orb. Kongye gets the Wild Growth, stays alive.
Mega.
Oh, that's pretty big, but here comes Meganar as that smite comes down. Rock will be able to secure it. Very close call. So J-Team walk out with the kill and the objective, but just barely.
Oh, I am actually really surprised that Hanabi and Gory don't just try and take the 2v4 themselves in that moment, because of how low Uniboy did get taken down. And even though Enzo made his way over, they had ult advantage because Rock and Kongre burned their ultimates in the gank onto Hanabi. So I feel like it was just a little bit of miscommunication on what tools were available on the side of J-Team. As Uniboy, he does go in, gets a good chunk, but the response is there from Gory. Unfortunately, though, unable to secure the kill. And
so
with the
close.
flash
Look
from
at that charm landing.
Yeah. Great flash from Enzo, really saved the day. And then they turn around, get the smite off, secure the objective, and get a bunch more health for Kongre on top of it.
And that's sorely needed, right? Like that level of decisiveness and outplaying hero moments, that's exactly what you need if you're J-Team, because you got to get back into this one. Enzo really kept that play alive with Flash Wild Growth, and there we go. So let's see what they can get done with it now. 10 minutes elapsed on the game clock. A slim gold lead for J-Team, but PSG are moving into enemy jungle. Burry has got Kaiwing on his back, and they'll just get that word clear out. It's just going to get replaced immediately.
Look at bot lane.
Yeah,
The
what a
Zeri
big difference.
already at 100 CS.
Enzo was gone.
Far ahead.
Enzo wasn't able to get in here. Now Kongye, he's going to turn around, but look at the damage they push onto him. And the Lightning Crash is easily able to do it with that secure from the Ignite. All of a sudden, 3v2. And they push in for the plates. PSG's bot lane off to the races.
So exchange plating up top side, but it is that Renekton who still will peak when it comes to scaling. Right? Even though he has done well for himself, if you all of a sudden stop playing towards top side, you aren't able to fully snowball around this Renekton, which we need to see more out of. And the big problem, the big looming problem, is this AD carry out ahead 20 CS will be able to continue to get another plate down in this bot lane, perhaps. And
they can stop these backs too.
they even try and get more as we get to see the replay on the situation. Kongre goes in, but this is a Yuumi.
Oh,
you can't just
he
run
had
into
no
the
idea.
Yuumi.
They turned right back around. Yes, he gets the knock up. Enzo and Lilvier zoned out from the final chapter. Yeah, Kongye did just not have a chance, and that misstep, it's going to cost you. As we're starting to see the turnaround yet again. 2-2 now in kills. The Dragon advantage for PSG here with that first Infernal pickup. And Mythic's starting to be bought. First one was actually the Shirelias.
Well, that's big, right? Because
yeah,
then Bury just becomes even more of a menace. He has so much move speed with his W, and he can take away move speed with his E. And you throw on the extra movement speed from Shirelias on top of the fact that it's a Yuumi. There's a lot of Yuumi things happening here, Pyra.
Yes, a lot of Yuumi things. And the cat has been showing up strength to strength. Yes, big zooms. I'm well acquainted with this as a cat owner. Oh man, but yeah, like it just baffles me that it took so long for the PCS to realize that this was such a huge pick. And well, I guess specifically PSG Talon are looking specifically even better with it. And Uniboy going in, misses the chains out. Here we go, the Yuumi on to Bury as we are getting some ward wars here in this river. Kongye going in. Let's see what the Lightning Crash for Unified, though. He does find some damage, but not nearly enough, as they have so much more. But Gory with second wind effort.
Now
Spirit rushes and gets rooted down, taken out by Uniboy. But meanwhile, Kongye with that wild growth on, staying alive. But Uniboy won't be so lucky. The turnabout for both mid lanes with J-Team. Pretty heavy investment of players on both sides. Hanabi was even roaming as he arrived just at the end of that fight.
And this is yet another positive trade for the side of PSG, because even though J-Team, they do get that 1v1 kill for Uniboy, this is a 2-0 Zeri. This Zeri is going to be a menace. And they don't have really any point-and-click CCs for this champion as well. So it's going to take a lot of effort to get on top of this champion, and she will be offered opportunities to bail out any sticky situations and reset a fight.
Kongye going to try and help Rock win this top side. The focus continues as the Narvar was outlasted. Dominus flash into the stun, and no Mega, but he tries to kite it out. He's burning. I don't think he can close that gap as Rock will shut him down. But meanwhile, we're going to be seeing the mid laners battle it out again in the mid. But Unified, he was the one taking on Uniboy, who gets the full channel popped into him. And that's going to be their answer to this Zeri right now, is let the LeBlanc do the dirty work. Bury finds Kongye. It's Kaiwing on a roam with them. They'll try to stop this tower from going down.
They want this.
Yeah,
they know Dominus isn't available, and they also have the help of tower, so they're actually able to hold on to what's left of that top lane tower HP. We'll be able to deny. Nice. Yeah, it holds off on the gold infusion right now for J-Team. And look, J-Team, they have the 1-kill lead, but they're down the dragon, and apparently they're down in gold because of the tower difference. So it's even though they are finding kills, they aren't finding the actual consequences for those kills, which are objectives.
That is the difference. PSG always making something of their situation.
And it's
JT
Herald.
A little bit resting on the laurels. Another Herald play with the top side. PSG, they get that one, and let's see what they can do with it. J-Team losing out in the gold game even more now. Bury completing his Divine Sunderer. Spike's coming through.
Yeah, and even though there isn't a big tank to be able to drain the stats out of, right, for Bury on this Trundle, the amount of utility he still brings is going to be immense. And when Rock or Kongra do jump in, you can easily just turn on to them because it makes them from a bruiser into a very, very squishy target.
Yeah, I really like this Trundle so far, and I think it's shown up a lot more than like something like the Xin Zhao, which is definitely a comfort zone champion for Bury. Because it's not just about the subjugate, right? It's about that pillar. It's about controlling the choke points. Ooh, Konga taking a lot of damage, but does dodge out on the charm. That could have been the difference maker as the dragon is live. Rock with an early TP comes in here. Hanabi doesn't have his, so he'll have to go the long way around. But J-Team aren't in full position just yet, so this dragon will not be started. And Herald's actually been popped in mid. PSG are hoping to get something one way or the other.
Yeah, there's no one around this mid lane, so they can't clear it out. It's just going to be a free Rift Herald push. And for J-Team,
another charge too.
They have to be decisive because otherwise it will just sort of rumble down the mid lane.
Oh, Konga has clone tanked a lot, but that dragon's going to reset here. Uni
Hanabi
Boy
Mega.
looking for a charge on. Hanabi does get that Mega popped up, and well, the dragon's still being flipped over here. This is quite a weird situation. Konga does eat the charm. That could be all the difference they need as he goes in with Wild Growth, but gets popped down. Yuumi once again stepping up. Kaiwing even getting the kill credit on this one, and Unified. He's going to Spark Surge back away to safety. Rock in the middle with the Dominus. Does he have enough damage to take Bury out of the fight? I don't even think he does. No, Spike for the health. PSG just running train here as they get themselves 2 kills and will take the dragon as spoils. On top of it, they got the tower in mid. It's all PSG talent.
This feels a little bit premature, but I think that might just be the time of death, Pyra. Because
you're calling him earlier and earlier, Nightstar.
18 minutes into the game, down to big stat dragons. It's only going to be an Ocean Soul on the table for J-Team. That's not enough comeback stats. When you have a Renekton, when you have a LeBlanc, and when they have an out-of-control Zeri, I don't think there's enough left in the tank for J-Team.
J-Team are not on the same page. You can see in this fight that Konge wants to fight for the Drake, but Rock is looking for the flank. It just doesn't work out either way. They split focus. Rock, he knows he's deep in here. He tries to take Bury out and make it more of an even 4v4, but Bury just smites for the health. PSG just are so much better in these chaotic moments when things go not according to plan. They know what to do. They're so much better at improvising because they've been in these situations so many times. J-Team, they struggle, and this continues. This is worrisome.
Remember, the stakes of this series. If J-Team lose this game, they will get 3-0'd out of Worlds contention for PSG.
Right, and out earlier than they were in spring. This would be a lower bracket quarterfinals loss. J-Team have not been able to make it to Worlds since 2019. It was the LMS representing this region.
They want to make a play. Kongra does have a fantastic flank angle, but is the reinforcements there?
I don't know if they are. Here comes Enzo and Lilby. That's got to be the go button if anything is. They look for Unified, but he's able to Spark Surge over the wall.
He'll get turned on.
That's going to be Gory here. Is he getting safe? I don't know. Finally gets bursted down. The teleport coming a little bit late as Kongi does some work on that knockup, but nonetheless, the Yuumi Zeri is huge. Hanabi just needs that hit on the boomerang, and that is what he will get. Rock with the last bit of the dominance. That shove on the Gnar. The polymorph comes through. The tower shots are huge, and now they might be able to do it under the tower, but nonetheless, they still maybe lose even more here. Uniboy, Lilby, Rock all low on the health bars, and the 3-stack still feeling like they can fight this despite the numbers disadvantage.
Oh my god. Unified just missed the burst fire. And now
Uniboy! Here we go! Unified! He tries for it, can't quite get the kill, but he's going to nearly get Rock anyways. But they bite off more than they can chew. That shutdown to Uniboy as he splats the cat. And J-Team just barely survived the onslaught.
This is the smallest margin of hope. This is as copium as it gets, because PSG, for once, they're the ones to overextend themselves and go for these kills. They smelled the end of this series. If they were just cleaner just a little bit on the turn, it would have been pretty much game over, series over. But Unified, you'll see later on, does miss out on a couple burst fires onto Rock that allow him to stay alive. They immediately turn onto Corian. This starts out well, but you aren't able to apply pressure onto Yumizeri. So Yumizeri, this is the moment that they really take control of the fight. The Mega Gnar is good enough, but unfortunately,
Hanabi gets
the kill
stun locked under tower though. Yeah, he takes so many shots. It definitely was some misexecution. That being said, they get the tower in the end. They have that other dragon advantage. And yeah, look at the damage flipping this fight. Yeah, Yumizeri real good. Just a little too over aggro, a little too zoomy. Bit of a sugar rush. What can you say? These things happen sometimes. I mean, have you ever seen a cat with the zoomies that just like runs like nearly into a wall? I think that's basically what happened.
Yeah. And Unified is almost to 3 items. Once he gets the completed IE, which I really hope he does go for it here. It could be the GA, right? The extra stasis, also a cheaper power spike if you're just trying to all in for this next dragon.
Close call. Very close, but he gets out. Kaiwing able to get back, holds his nerve on that one, and he picks up the Chemtech Putrefier.
Cut down some of the healing coming in for the Renekton and the Wukong.
Also helps when you think about the fact that this is a Ocean Rift coming through today. Second item completed by the Gnar, the Black Cleaver. Hanabi going to be getting onto those side lanes, dishing the damage. He can also team fight it out quite well. Dragon's live. PSG looking to set up in position here. The choke point, Uniboy, has been pretty fabulous in finding these picks. He finds half of Murray's health bar. Not enough to take him down, though. It's going to be the start of the Drake. Calling game, a little bit punished.
Q comes through.
Ooh,
now,
chase. No
the
charm.
fight lines getting a little bit messy. J-Team, this is going to be really hard for Lil V to fight it out. Why? Because he has 2 more flanking-oriented solo laners, and the healing from Yumi getting Burry back to half health.
Watch Hanabi here. He doesn't have the Gnar bar, though. Looking for a flank around the side, but not able to get in position. This dragon may just be flipped. PSG can afford to give this one up, so they don't want to put themselves in a compromising fight position. As the dragon sets back over, they're still going to try and fight through this, and J-Team getting cold feet again. Here comes Uniboy, goes in, doesn't get a full combo channel off. Dragon still aggro. 4,000 hit points. Here comes Rock on the Dominus, finding Burry, trying to stay alive. He does actually go through it. The smite does come down onto the dragon in favor of J-Team, but PSG win out the fight. Rock is down. Hanabi throwing the boulders. Here comes the Yumizeri, finding the burst fires, finding the zooms, finding the lasers, and Enzo's health bar getting depleted, but they can't quite get the kills, so they will
They can turn for Baron, maybe. They could look to try and turn for the Baron buff. 20 seconds on to Rock. Low health bars on the side of J-Team. They will need to be reset the situation. But PSG, they don't push the issue. They don't decide to press. And that's also okay because Zeri almost hitting critical mass gets yet another kill into her pocket. She was just okay.
There
I was going to say she is moments away from IE. And I was just a moment too slow on that one.
These things do happen. In PSG, they were a moment too slow on getting maybe 3-4 kills. That would have absolutely been the Baron. As it stands, PSG can still get here faster to set this up and get the vision control that they want. Even though they give up the dragon, that's okay. It's just an ocean, a single ocean in an entire, ocean, I guess, as the rift is slightly submerged this time around.
There's just, even though, just any extra little bit of stats is nice, the ocean doesn't change these fight dynamics.
They're fast fights, right? The regen matters much more in the long-term fights.
Yeah, and the healing did also get cut on these ocean dragons anyways, so the value not quite there, and the Yumi will outdo any of that anyway.
That's also a good
Unify.
point. Ooh, looking for another hunt. They find Lil V. He's forced to flash away, but the pillar is huge as they get him in there. And Rock trying to lock up the rest of the team, but let's see if they can actually take him. He's down in this fight, so that's the turnabout on both AD carries. Rock is able to take Kaiwing out of the fight as well without the main damage dealer. That's going to be the chase on. They get the Charm Land, no combo. Here comes Kongye with the bop over the head, finds Gory. J-Team find the decisive fight. They get 3 for 1. What can they do with it?
And the unfortunate thing is they do lose their Sivir. So they need to wipe them out here if they want the Baron.
Hanabi. Meganar was looking like he was maybe able to lock him up for a bit there as well. So yes, despite losing the fight, PSG don't give up an objective over this one, as J-Team don't really have the damage to take down the Baron. Without that Sivir.
This, once again, comes back to the core issue for J-Team. Even though they are finding kills, they don't get anything out of it. It's just the kill gold. There's no dragon going down. There's no tower going down. There's no Baron going down. There's no consequences for these punishes. And PSG, they know, like, as long as we continue to deny gold away from Lil V on this Sivir, they don't have any late game. It's all predicated then on this, on the dive coming in from LeBlanc and Wukong to delete our Zeri. Otherwise, well, Zeri just free hits all day, every day.
Yep.
This was a bit
that
of
was
a
fun.
blunder, though. Gory,
I get surprised by it every time.
Just greeting his flash just a little bit there will end up costing both his flash and his life.
It's been a good punish. Just, yeah, capitalizing on that has not been something J-Team have been able to do. Map State's kind of to blame for it there. Another Dragon coming up in about 1:10. 3 items Zeri versus 2.5 from this Sivir. They've done a good job of keeping Lil V down, who has been a big win condition for J-Team throughout these playoffs. Uniboy has been having a good game himself, but this LeBlanc, the stonks kind of fall off a little bit as the game goes deeper and deeper. You want to get the execution, you're not able to do that as people get tankier and get MR built. Especially if these dragons start to come into play, even with the negated or lowered healing factor.
And this might be J-Team's strongest point in the game, right? They have double penetration items completed on to Uniboy. You have double stasis available on Rock and Kongye. Until they hit 3-4 item Sivir, this is as strong as they get. This is as oppressive as they will be. But on the flip side, you have a Banshee's Veil to deal with. You have the stopwatch on the Zeri to deal with. So even though you might be able to flash onto Unified on the Zeri pick, he can still continue to buy time. And PSG looks like they're going to get this objective for free. Even the threatening factor coming in from J-Team, they're too slow at starting out the Baron buff. There is no threat onto, again, the alternative objective. Yet another objective they've just given up for free.
They just don't pull the trigger when they realize that they have been caught out. They back away. They get a few wards cleared. That's about it. It puts PSG at soul point without really having to do much for them on that side. So everything just going in their favor now, and PSG, they are in full control because J-Team have just given it over to them yet again. And this is their world's hopes. This is their playoff hopes on the line. Nightstar, if this doesn't motivate you, nothing will.
Perhaps feeling the pressure of the moment as well, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that just one mistake, they're knocked out of World's contention.
But not doing anything is also a mistake.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And Uniboy is really trying. Rock is trying to contribute as well. Kongye. There is a lot of veteranship in this roster. You have to imagine that with all these players who've been in the scene for such a long time, there wouldn't be that issue. But it seems like it's been sort of Kongye, Uniboy, or bust. If they're not going and forcing the issue, everyone else is willing to hang back and wait for the situation to play out itself.
Yeah. So we just see the wards shuffling back and forth on the 30-minute mark of the game. Very even gold game, but the Dragons, the tempo, tell a very different story. Bury does get caught with the chains and poked out by the Baron as well. So that's going to force him to reset. J-Team have an opportunity.
Can start moving into top river to clear out vision. Instead, they just say, all right, we got a big chunk onto the jungler. Let's just clear out a minion wave in this mid lane. And now they start moving over, but Bury's back to full health.
Yeah, not only that, about time for Unified to complete. Oh, that laser! Oh boy!
Does that taste purple?
Yeah, and every other color of the rainbow, I think. Uniboy gets clipped as well.
He was seeing stars.
This 4-item Zeri. This stings.
Yeah. GA completed onto Unified. Even if they do get onto him, he is going to be able to go into stasis, buy more time, and then reset himself over the wall.
Narbar, it's almost there. PSG just saying that they can go ahead and bait this one out, and it's going to be the full bait as they look for Rock. The dominance is on. That Nard does not go where they wanted to with Charm, and they're going to be able to delete Kongye before he can pop his ultimate, and all of a sudden the chase is on Rock, losing the dominance shortly. He's forced to flash away right back to the Baron. They can go.
Boy, it's all on the back of him. Rock does have the teleport. He will be teleporting back into this, but he doesn't have dominance and he doesn't have flash.
And they don't have a smite either. PSG know all of this information. It's going to be on the remaining members of J-Team to peel them off the Baron or just stomp them into the ground. And the choice will be neither.
More J-Team concede the objective for free. 2-kill advantage for J-Team leads to a 2k gold deficit for some reason. And 2 dragons down and now a Baron down.
Make it make sense, Nightstar.
Maybe the replay will make a little bit more sense. Yeah. We get to see the
This
chase
was a great
come out
charm,
from
by the way.
This was a brilliant angle for Korea. I love that he's looking for this, but I also love the fact that PSG know that's their only way to win this fight. They catch him out, punish him. That's all the team fight left out of J-Team, and PSG. That might be the final blow.
Well, you called time of death quite a while ago, Nightstar, but J-Team, I think they're still moving, but they are looking a bit more shambolic. Perhaps they're zombies at this point. They're seeing their tournament lives really just come to an end. They need to stay in this one. They need to find a win. Otherwise, they just get swept out of the PCS Summer Playoffs. And not even in the top 4. This is the 3rd seed. Yes, PSG were the #1, but it wasn't a huge difference in the total wins. They even traded in the head-to-head, but in the playoffs, J-Team have just looked lost, looked indecisive. And it has punished them multiple times. Here is the push. Here is the play. Let's see if they get those ones. They get the stasis pod from Unified. Kaiwing, he's going down as well. Gory trying to be a hero. That is J-Team pushing it back. That's exactly what they needed as Hanabi's about to go mega, but they juggle on this aggro. They juggle on the PSG damage cooldowns. We were just critiquing that decisiveness. Hanabi gets a massive Narsha, but it's just buying time as the chase is on. J-Team needed this more than anything, and they'll get the wipe out without losing a member. The ace comes through at 34.5.
A clean ace, and they get an objective off of it. It will be their 2nd Ocean Dragon, but once more unable to fully punish PSG because they can't get a lot of map pressure off of this. It really is just those extra gold coming back into their pockets. Long last, J-Team push. They at least play their cards, and it pays off this time off the back of Kongye being that decisive factor, and that enables Uniboy to then go forward and continue to pump out damage with his cooldowns. So, you know, at the very least, we see them bite back, but this could yet be another game J-Team lose with a pretty sizable kill advantage.
Yeah, the difference has been what's come off the back of those kills, right? PSG have been able to get objectives. PSG have been able to transition the numbers advantage into something, and unfortunately, J-Team haven't. Yes, they get a dragon, but they don't push down for towers. They don't have a Baron to take. They don't have anything else they can get because even though they find the great fights, PSG, they've been in a position where it's hard for them to be punished. So while it has been J-Team struggling, I also do want to commend PSG for, yeah, even when they overextend, it's kind of a lower risk overextension.
Yes. And Hanabi has Mega. He can look for a flash play.
Yeah, Kongye can also look for another good knockup, but they've caught him here. Forced to clone out. A little tricky.
So now the win condition is almost online for J-Team, right? It's
Lil V.
the Sivir, who is incredibly fed. If given the opportunity to get a couple autos in, he will be able to decimate PSG. And that is really all the hopes and dreams of J-Team here in this upcoming fights, which could happen in 100 seconds around that Baron, or happen in 3 minutes around this next dragon.
Full build comes out for Unified, though. Got to keep in mind, this Zeri has become a terror. Even though
the Runans will be able to output a ton of damage against the front line of J-Team, right? They're very much in your face. It's sort of a budget Sivir build to a degree, right? Because
a little bit.
Now you have your own ricochets.
That's true, but I want to draw your eyes a little bit, Nightstar, just a little bit down beyond that Zeri build. There is a Medjai's for Kaiwing. I mean, it is well documented. Yumi is a reader, even flies around on that book. But that was not the one I expected. No stacks at the moment, but I do admire the confidence from Kaiwing. He's definitely got his swagger back.
Swagger back on 3 items.
Yeah, that's a damage dealing Yumi.
Doing a lot of work here, and if he gets one good fight, then of course those pages will be filled pretty quickly. That will really amp up his damage. Now we're just gonna kind of have
and an amp tone.
Have a little bit of quiet time, right?
You'd think there's about 15 seconds on that Baron.
Bury, okay.
He respects it.
Steals away the crab.
Okay, Hanabi has Mega, but it's going to be running out sooner or later, so PSG won't be in the position to take the fight barring a catch. They do find some damage on the rock. That's going to be the on the hunt. Turning on Unified, a lightning crash, and he's going to be able to not get away from that one, but so much damage to follow through. All the same, Bury goes down as well. They don't have an execution. They don't have the kill. J-Team, this time, the decisiveness pays off huge for them. They needed to do it again, and they find the cleanup. It'll turn into Baron.
Oh, man. J-Team. At long last, they've arrived onto the rift, perhaps. It only took 38 minutes into game number 3. Backs, I don't know if you can say backs against the wall. It's as back against the wall as you can get.
It is better late than never.
This is like when you're one finger hanging onto the cliff, right? But somehow, yet they managed to hold on with that very, very strong finger. And that name, the name of that finger is Kongye.
Yeah, this is a long metaphor, but you got there at the end. And also a long game as we're getting close to 40 minutes in. PSG going to respawn in time, but I don't know if they're going to be able to contest this dragon up against the Baron empowered side of J-Team, and that would put soul point equalization both ways.
They could still look to flip though, because they do have the GA back available.
Yeah, but keep your eye on Kongye. He's got the flank angle. Without eyes on him, PSG, no, this is going to be tough. Oh, the turn!
Spot him out now.
He's going to get a knock up, but will it be enough to actually get the kill? Here's Unified trying to back away. They do lose Bury. No smite there. So that's going to be the back off. J-Team will be able to take this. And yeah, the Sivir win con. It's online.
Very much online. And now it's 3 dragons to the name of J-Team. Yes, the individual dragons won't make much of a difference, but the extra soul might. With the extra sustain offered up, that might give them enough staying power in these fights. And for PSG, they're starting to run out of damage. themselves, right? The Gnar is going to run out a little bit here. The Trundle is great utility, but he isn't a big damage dealer. And then Gory on this Ari pick going for a more utility build rather than full damage. So he is also lacking.
J-Team realized that they have the advantage, that they need to stay alive, and they keep pushing, grabbing towers now, moving into the game, moving into the map, and opening up more, but picking up that standing gold. They've got the gold edge, and it's flipped back over them on the back of a couple fights. Also, 2 needless rods for Uniboy, so he's not done dealing damage just yet. He's going to complete his 4th item soon enough, and that is a big Bursty LeBlanc.
And it's a lot of damage just targeted at Unified. So that is sort of the drawback of these item builds coming in from PSG, is that there's no reason for J-Team to target anyone else, because they the other members of PSG aren't building damage. They are not a threat to Lil V on this Sivir pick. And Hanabi, no Gnar bar. This could be a pretty interesting fight, as Baron's about to time out and there's no objectives except the base available.
Well, if they win the fight, that makes the difference all the same. Death timer's quite long here, just about 42 minutes.
Game.
Kongye is sniffed out, and that utility pillar still coming in handy as he tried to sneak in on the Warrior Trickster.
We are starting to get to those item caps, and maybe if they do get that death cap completed onto Gory, that might start making a difference. But for sure, for Unified, he's peaked on items, so this is as strong as he can get.
What if he sells the boots?
To sell.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sell the boots. Maybe he goes for a BT to add extra sustain, or maybe some heal cut, because J-Team might get themselves that Ocean Soul. We'll see.
Still some game to play yet, it appears. J-Team looking to try and get a collapse on the flank using the brushes. Bury is caught, bursted, and he's got himself an ult though. Big heal to keep alive, and they found Lil V, but they can't find the deletion. The final chapter partially dodged out here, and Kongye is caught. PSG looking on the chase, but he gets out thanks to Ninja Strike Warrior Trickster, or does he? As they get the hop over the wall, forcing the flash away. Bury again going far forward in the second charge. Kongye coming back looking for Hanabi, but the tank is there. They managed to get him into stasis, but Bury will be the first casualty to fall in this one. You can see the damage falling off. Kongye going in for a fake, but the Yumi Zeri is still huge, or is it huge enough? Rock in the back is not going to do the damage, and on that resurrect, they take Lil V out. I can't believe it, Night Star! PSG are doing it again!
Oh, they
Uniboy
for these kills.
Uniboy
on his own, and Uniboy will be find the kill.
But it's just chase on chase. Enzo's down. What is happening?
1-man advantage. Pyra. No objectives up available for another minute.
PSG are looking though. They're moving around. There's nothing to take on the map. The fight's indecisive. It's 2 for 3. Uniboy manages to get something back for it by getting Gory out of the game, and oh, this is so close. It's so tense. It could either be a sweep or the start of a comeback.
As things stands with these death timers, it's actually inconsequential, because everyone will be up in time for the fights. Soul on the line, Baron on the line, base on the line, series on the line. Oh, just a chance to sniff at a world spot on the line.
For the first time in 3 years, make that be known. But with the teleport on, Baron is live. PSG are first on the scene. They go for this one, but J-Team, they've come back to life in this. Maybe they were zombies, but it's the dawn of the living J-Team. It would appear that Baron flip does go the way of PSG, with Kongye caught in the back of the pit. Uniboy trying to make the play happen, but they take him out. They take out Kongye as well. And Rock, Lil V, and Enzo are going to watch their hopes and dreams crumble to dust as PSG hold strong, hold firm, delete everyone but Enzo off the map, and there's nothing that Lulu can do. I don't know if that tasted purple, but it certainly was bitter as they have to swallow the pill of defeat.
That's a wave coming into the mid lane. It's a wave coming into the bot lane.
Death
And with these
way
death
too
timers, 30 seconds plus. That just may be it. That should be it, of course, right? It's full build. They'll just tank up these towers.
That's
and
GG.
PSG keep their hopes and dreams alive.
Shutting out J-Team 3-0 despite a monumental effort by the J-Team members. They got the late game condition. They got the Sivir online. Uniboy was an absolute hero, but when it came down to it, the Baron flip, the fight, PSG thrive in those moments, and J-Team will go home for the rest of the season.
J-Team, a strong regular season performance coming in both splits, finishing 2nd seed in spring, 3rd seed in summer. Yet, same result, back-to-back playoffs.
Earlier this
their
time,
goal.
They get knocked out by PSG, but they don't have the scoreline wins to say it was close. It looked close in games, but not getting the Nexus. Any of those times, they really should have had the 2nd game. It looked like they could have had this 3rd one, but close doesn't cut it. Only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, not League of Legends.
Nope. The only thing that matters, League of Legends, is the Nexus. Even with the kill advantages they were able to get in games 2 and even 3, not enough of an advantage apparently to pull it over the line, and that will be PSG with a clean sweep, even though those games 2 and 3 were incredibly tense.
Oh yeah, that could have gone either way for the longest time. I really don't think the scoreline reflects how close a lot of it was. The game times, apart from that first game, the game times have just been so long that even though it was only 3 games, it feels like we're a little bit later on into this one. And it's a testament to PSG able to come back multiple times, able to hold strong despite losing out fights, despite looking like they were the ones getting outscaled. They came back and managed to pull it off brilliantly. This game just proves that they're a team that knows how to improvise, that knows how to find different angles, find different ways, and decisiveness carried the day. And that is a lesson, a hard lesson, that J-Team are going to have to learn.
It's a long off season, and
they got time for it.
In PCS, usually a lot of our rosters go through a lot of shuffles, right? Split to split or just year to year. So even though as strong as this J-Team did perform in the regular season, most likely we will see a change of members going into next year's. And this very well could be the last season as well for some of our members. These are pretty veteran players. They've played in the scene for such a long time. You never know when you might just call it.
Yeah, it would be a shame to see a lot of them go. We'll have to see how the offseason does go for this squad and these players, but for PSG, they can feel very happy about everything. This series was not without mistakes. We called it a clean sweep. They definitely had times where they got caught out, they overpushed, but they were 2 games up. They were feeling themselves. It was definitely looking like they wanted to have a style game. It did allow J-Team back into it, but they closed it out in the end. They got the result that mattered. And I think this is also when you can still learn things from. You can find that, okay, that didn't work. That was a little too far forward. But what I really love to see out of this PSG team is just the objective control that they exhibited in it was so much better than even in the CFO series where they were shut out a lot because they were being outfought, because they were being outplayed. They held their nerve against a J team that was willing to flip on the objectives rather than take the fight 100% of the time. So PSG showed that they can play to different styles of opposition, and that is encouraging. If they are in fact our world's representatives this year, as they have been for multiple years running, they've been tested and challenged, I think, more than in any other year of the PCS.
Yes.
So far.
Yeah, this will be a challenge for them as they look to climb from the lower bracket. Knocked out in the first series that they participated in this
long one at
playoffs.
that.
So, you know, all of our, or whichever Worlds reps we do send, they will be at the very least battle tested.
Yeah, we've got a fantastic top 4 teams. I think it has been so close. It has been so down to the line. And despite a couple of sweeps in the lower bracket, I don't think it necessarily reflects the level of competition that we've seen grown here in the PCS. It has been closer and closer. I mean, these two teams were separated by just one win in the regular season, but it was PSG that emerged victorious. We're going to take a look at some of the replays of this game. I mean, Bury gets bursted down, and that is where the heals and his own ultimate, the subjugate, comes in handy because he gets right back up almost to full strength.
Yeah. Just so much sustain coming in. Unfortunately, unable to finish off that kill. And this was that all-in play.
Yeah,
this was the hero moment that they tried to pull off to get the kill onto Bury, but all of his utility, you know, he's already expended it. So at that point, you know, he's okay, and Yumi goes to work.
Yeah, Unified was an absolute beast this game. I really got to hand it to him. I think Kaiwing on these enchanters, buffing him up, really helping him out here. Yes, Uniboy saves the day to an extent here. He gets the big bursty LeBlanc going, but this is the play that matters. It really came down to the wire. It was a 50-50 flip. The rookie jungler against Kong's veteran status, and the rookie comes out ahead, gets the right smite, and the fight goes the way of PSG, and it's good night, sweet J-Team.
It was all about the flip for the side of J-Team, because right after the LeBlanc commits, the Wukong commits, there's no front line for Lil V to then freely auto. The pathway he and Rock took was just so separate and split off of their mid jungle. It was a Baron or bust in that situation, and it ended up busting.
But they did commit to the play. I think at the very end, it may have been too little too late, but the decisiveness at least was there. And yeah, it's a long, cold off season, but J-Team, they did seem to come alive at the end. It's unfortunate for them that the result won't show that, but you know, I would say that was probably their best effort by the end. Game 2 is a little bit weird because, yeah, they kind of did everything but win it, and it was a bit of an odd series in that regard. It seemed like they improved over time, but they still couldn't quite get the W on the board. And yeah, I mean, kudos to PSG for standing firm and holding on to this one, and also just showing the power of Yumi. Like, this champion that had been neglected in the playoffs by our entire region finally comes out, and 2 games in a row, it's the difference maker.
Yep, Uni ran away with both of those games. Banned 13 times in playoffs, but 0 picks. This time 2 picks and 2 very dominating performances showcased by the Yumi and in game scripts that were fairly negative.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, right? It really was about just pumping out enough damage to secure objectives, and when the fights got reset, there were a couple of times where it seemed like those fights were going to end in massive favor of one team or the other, but they just got away with blinking health bars. But the difference was, yeah, it was J-Team that are like not wanting to stick around when they're low, when they have a chance of losing. Well, if you play not to lose, sometimes you don't win either. And PSG know that very well. You have to give them credit that they do make decisions. They are on the same page. And coming into the playoffs, we were not 100% sure if they were going to be as on the same page as older iterations. We knew there was a limited language barrier going in. Well, it feels like that has all but evaporated. And here is the game as it went. And that Seri damage by the end was ridiculous.
66k.
Woo!
Holy.
That, look, I know inflation is happening, but that was ridiculous. And Gory earns our MVP. I mean, he had the clutch charms that ended up winning the fights. I'll give him that much.
He was very impactful, even though the kills may not line up for it. And in this series, he soaked up a lot of pressure coming in from Uniboy, from Kongria. And that was really it was the core part of their game plan from the side of J Team. Gory soaked up that pressure, and that allowed Unified to flourish, allowed this Yumi to get out of lane phase without being punished. So he played an essential role in this series, even though the numbers may not reflect that.
Yeah, I think that was the critical thing. You just opened up a lot of opportunities for the rest of his team. And Gory showing that he doesn't have to be the star player in every single game. I think PSG have a lot of versatility, have many ways to get back into games and earn themselves a sweep in a very creative fashion, I think, to say the least. So they now go up to face against Deep Cross Gaming. I cannot wait to see that matchup. Both of these teams got 3-0. And I think that was unexpected for both of our matchups in the last couple of days, Frank.
Yeah, looking at the playoff bracket, you could say, well, maybe the 3-0 comes out in the first round with some of these higher seeded teams really dominating. But that wasn't the case. It was actually somewhat competitive until this week, where we had three 3-0s.
And there we have it. Well, with that one done and dusted, we're sending it off to a break. Before we go to an interview with Hanabi, the man in the top lane, you won't want to miss that. Be right back.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Down in game number 2. What do you think was the biggest mistake that JT made during that game? 那第一个问题想问的就是关于第二局，就是逆风大翻盘到底是怎么完成的呢？然后火龙会觉得 JT 犯下最大的失误是什么？可以跟观众解释一下细节吗？
因为第二局我上路已经就是算有点爆炸了嘛，就我跟我队友说，我们三件装下去跟对面打团，然后我们就一直防守。然后我觉得这一 team 最大的失误就是没有去一直进攻边线吧，因为西位的中塔是推不了，所以因为中塔浪费很多时间。
So he said that in game number 2, over in the top lane, like personally, his lane was kind of boom. So what he communicated to his team was that he thinks that they should just wait until they were at 3 items and then try to team fight at the 3 item point. But before that, they were just willing to let objectives go. He thinks that the biggest mistake that JT made that game was in not pressuring the side lanes enough. He thinks that they could have done more in the side lanes. He also thinks that they wasted a lot of time in mid. He thinks that with the Sivir as well, they weren't able to push down the tower, so they wasted a lot of time there. So I want to ask also about that game because you also picked a Gangplank, which is a champion we don't really see on this patch anymore, versus Roxnar. So is the Gangplank a confidence pick for you? Can you maybe give us some tips on the Gangplank Nar matchup? 那句也是选了在这版本中比较少见的船长，是为什么呢？是不是火龙个人的自信角吗？然后能够分享一下就是船长打纳尔的兑现技巧。
因为船长这个英雄其实京东的369也选过嘛，就我是觉得是可以选择的英雄。然后自信的话也是有的，因为自己的就玩蛮多的英雄。然后船长打纳尔就是前面基本上都是能推线的，然后可以用大绝去支援自己的队友，就可能一件装的时候会打不纳尔，就是他的缺点。
So, he said that Gangplank he thinks is pretty pickable. He thinks that for 369 and also for him personally, it's a champion that is quite viable for him. Gangplank is kind of a confidence pick for him, but then he also says that personally he does play a lot of champions. He said that if you're playing Gangplank versus Gnar, Gangplank is pretty good at clearing out the wave, and also you can use the ultimate in terms of helping out your teammates. And then one of Gnar's weaknesses that you should try to exploit as Gangplank is when you've completed your first item, that is when Gnar is weak versus you. So my next question is also about top lane. Did you expect that J Team was going to field Rock for all 3 games today? 那有没有想到今天对方会3场都是要对上 Rock 呢？
就我觉得他们3场会上 Rock 也是合情合理的，因为他们之前因为用 Rock 上路，然后赢下了我们嘛，所以是能预料到的。
So he said that J Team fielding Rock for all 3 games is something that was within the realm of expectations for him because the last time that J Team beat PSG, they were fielding Rock in the top lane as well. And in general, like Rock has pretty good performances with the rest of the J Team squad. So my next question, Hanabi, you've been a pro for a lot of years. However, this is the first time in recent history that PSG has been knocked to the lower bracket this early. So were you nervous before today's elimination match, or did you feel a lot of pressure? 那火龙毕竟也打职业的了好几年了，但这次是 PSG 在这2年当中第一次这么早就落到败部。想问今天的生死对决之前会不会感到紧张呢？然后有没有感受到很大的压力？
这因为我自己打职业打那么多年，其实很少在季后赛就那么早输掉了，都基本上前面都是能拿下的。然后今天的生死对决前，我并不觉得很紧张，但是压力的话是有点大的，毕竟就已经连续2年进世界赛嘛，也希望今年能进。
So he said that he's had a pretty long pro career. He's played for a lot of years, but this for him personally is one of the first times that they have dropped to the lower bracket this early in playoffs. But he said that even though coming into today's elimination match, he wasn't feeling all too nervous. He did feel a bit of the pressure, but that was because PSG has always consistently made it to Worlds. So of course this year as well, they are hoping to make it to Worlds. So, my next follow up question, of course, is did you honestly think that PSG would drop to the lower bracket this early in round 2? Is it possibly the language issue that is a big problem within the team? 那老实说，火龙有没有想到 PSG 会在第2轮就落到败部呢？然后也想问一下，就是语言算是队内的沟通难处吗？
就其实在打 TFO 之前就觉得自己有机会输了，然后其实主要的问题还是在沟通真的太乱了，就是大家都就有些单子是听不懂了，所以很难做到这件事，会打得比较乱。
So he said that actually for PSG, even before their match versus CFO, the team had already had the thought that they might lose in the series or they might drop games. He said that the main problem on PSG right now for sure is definitely still communication. He thinks that just in terms of vocabulary, for example, there are words that the teammates are using that they don't understand. And because they don't understand these key words, it's hard to communicate and make those decisions in game. So I want to ask also about the last match versus CFO because that went to all 5 games. And if PSG do make it to the finals this time around, between CFO, BYG, and DCG, which team would you prefer to face off of in the final? 那上一场对上 CFO 是整整打满5局的鏖战，若是最后一路挺进决赛，火龙个人会比较想遇到 DCG、BYG 或是 CFO 呢？
因为其实下一场就要打到 DCG 了嘛，所以其实决赛就只会打到 BYG 或 CFO。个人的话会比较想打 CFO 吧，因为就输给他们，希望自己能一下复仇。
So he said that well because their next match they're going to play versus DCG anyway. If PSG do make it into the finals, they will have to face either BYG or CFO because it means they've already been in DCG. So he said that between BYG and CFO, he would rather face off versus CFO because they lost to them 2 days ago, and he personally would like to get the revenge win. So what kind of adjustments did the team make after the loss versus CFO 2 days ago? 那前天败给了 CFO 之后是做了什么样的调整或者复盘呢？
就在前几天输给了 CFO 之后，我们就从拳脚上做了比较大的改变，然后打法的话就减少自己的失误，然后进行游戏。
So he said that they mainly made a lot of adjustments in terms of their band picks and what kind of champions that they were going to play in today's series. He said in terms of the way that each individual teammate was playing, they really just made a couple of adjustments to to kind of like their mechanics. They kind of fixed those little mistakes. So next, I want to ask about Gory. We saw in the pre-match interview also that J Team's coaching team said controlling Gory is the key to any team winning versus PSG. So how do you personally feel about people saying that PSG need to rely on Gory in order to win series and win games? 那接下来想聊一下关于这赛季最大的补强 Gory，然后 JT 就是在赛前的采访，他们的教练团也有提到，就是控制好中路的 Gory，就是他们今天的战术。然后火龙对于被说 PSG 要赢的话，得靠 Gory，有什么想法呢？
就因为季赛的时候，其实确实都是靠我们中路 Gory 在 carry 我们的游戏的，但是到季后赛就是其实我们的下路状况也很好，就下路也其实能站出来的，就是今天就是 Unify carry 3场。
那火龙个人呢？个人表现呢？
我觉得我的表现就有点差强人意吧，希望能再更好一点。
So he said that during the regular season, of course, it was Gory who was doing a lot of the heavy lifting during the regular season games and carrying the PSG squad to victory. But he said that playoffs, however, he thinks that it's not just Gory who's putting in the work on the team. He feels that the bottom lane has been improving a lot and their condition has been very good in playoffs as well. He said that in the recent series, you can see that their bottom lane is able to stand out and have those standout performances. Whereas for him personally, he still thinks that he's not playing up to par and that there are things that he can improve on and he can play better. So my last question that I have to ask is, what is PSG's goal for this summer? Is it champions as always that we've seen PSG win year after year, or is the goal this time maybe to just make it to the finals, make it to Worlds? What do you think? 那最后一个问题就是关于这赛季 PSG 的目标会是什么呢？就是依然会是夏季冠军吗？还是说只要是打进决赛，然后夺个世界赛的门票就够了？
嗯，我每一个赛季的目标都是希望自己能拿下冠军吧，就是希望这一次的夏季也能拿下我的第7个冠军。
So he said that for him and for PSG, their goal is always to become the champions of their split. And he said, of course, the summer is no different, and they hope that they can once again be the champions of their own region. All right, thank you so much, Hanabi, for the interview. And of course, good luck in the last week of playoffs. 好的，那非常感谢火龙，接受今天的赛后采访。当然要去 PSG 在下周季后赛的最后一周加油，拜拜。
拜拜。
All right. Thank you very much for the interview, Ririchu. And yeah, for Hanabi, always good to hear from him. Feeling fairly confident and looking forward to potentially facing CFO in the finals. I mean, hey, I think that'd be a one heck of rematch. It would be the long rematch after the earlier 5-game series that knocked him down here in the first place. But Nightstar, what a resilient team are PSG Talon. You can never count them out.
Absolutely. In a grueling 5-game series against CFO, they managed to bounce back in a strong fashion. And Jenny asked who they want to play in the finals. Well, to get to the finals, and if they win the entire thing, they would play all 3 of those teams regardless.
That's true. They'd have to go through everybody.
Yeah, to take the title, they will need to beat DCG, BYG, and CFO again to win the entire thing. So
that's one heck of a gauntlet. And I think the matchup against Deep Cross Gaming, that'll be another good test for them, because Deep Cross, they don't have the same issues that J-Team showcased in terms of, decisiveness. We saw in the playoffs they were really able to execute at a high level. The question is, will they be able to do it against a team of PSG Talon's caliber, who still got tested despite the 3-0 result? Those 2 games were very winnable for J-Team. And I think we are going to see where this team's true strength lies, because they've already exceeded some expectations in the playoffs. I think some of the things we thought might be an issue, Hanabi's champion pool being nerfed, Unified having a little bit of a harder time, I think that's already been at least somewhat mitigated by the way that PSG showed play today, showed in the CFO series. Honestly, this team always knows how to bounce right back. Even if the regular season looked potentially shaky. Best of ones, you can only tell so much, I suppose, from them.
Yeah, very true. And PSG, when it comes to these best of 5s as an organization, they always seem to have another gear, at the very least in the preparation. This split has been a little bit rougher because of the fact that they are incorporating 2 new players once more that do need to catch up to speed, and lingo-wise, we also heard in the interview, the lingo maybe not quite there. As playoff bracket pulled up, it was a 3-3-0 weekend, so
yeah,
a little bit unusual.
And we did have a long series right in the middle of it, but all the same, it has been a little bit unexpected in that regard. But we are down to the final 4. CTBC Flying Oyster, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, a battle of the banks will start us off on the 1st of September for the winners bracket finals. One of those teams is going to Worlds, and then we'll find out who the other one is, as we have PSG starting off a gauntlet up against Deep Cross. Whoever wins that one then goes on to face the loser of our first matchup for a second shot for them into the finals. And then, of course, our grand finals on the 4th to determine who will be our PCS Summer Split champion. We're going to have to find out, will it be PSG Talon hoisting the trophy once again, a 5th-time champion in 6 splits of the PCS, or will we have somebody different for the first time since Machi Esports in the summer of 2020? Ooh, I can't wait to find out. We got one more week of playoffs, Nightstar.
Yeah, and one of our top 2 seeds will get knocked out of World's contention. That is high stakes.
Absolutely. The playoff seeding, it was so close this time around. Only a couple of games separating the top 4, and we could see that didn't seem to make too much of a difference. It has been up in the air. It has been anybody's game, and I am so excited to see who it's going to be, but we're going to have to wait the week for that. For now, we are done with this round of the PCS Summer Playoffs. So for all of us on the broadcast, myself, Clement, Ririchu, Hysterics, and you, of course, Nightstar, thank you all for watching. We'll see you next week as the PCS Summer Split will conclude.